them on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture.
And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible boardings on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Bring some holiday cheer with the network that knows what you really want. Take your phone to your local Total Wireless store, and we'll give you one line for just $25 a month. Celebrate more for spending less. The holidays just got a lot better. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. For new single-line customers who activate on a BYO device on the Total 5G Unlimited plan. Requires auto-pay enrollment to receive the full discount, which applies the month after enrollment. Available online and in Total Wireless retail stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. Check compatibility at TotalWireless.com.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's weird saying that. Good morning, and welcome in to a special holiday edition of the Bruce Cunningham Show. I'm with you till noon today, and then Cordell and Ben will be in to take you into the afternoon hours. But I'm happy to be in here. I don't mind working. It's not really a holiday. It's a company holiday. So, yeah, I'll come in. We'll fool around for a couple hours, right? Sure. We got a lot to talk about. My goodness. I don't know where to start. We're going to spend an awful lot of time today talking about the Ravens and Steelers and Lamar and Harbaugh and all of that. In fact, former Raven Femi Ayambadejo is going to join us here in studio in the second hour, the entire hour. We'll take your calls. We'll do everything. And we'll get into that. The first thing I wanted to touch on, though, was college football playoffs. That was a long day yesterday. That was a triple header. And you know what? I enjoyed every second. I did. When the idea of a college football playoff first rolled around, I wasn't really thrilled with the original format, the 4 teams and everything. I like it like this. I'd even expand it one more round. I would. And I had predicted for years that if they ever got out of their own way and came up with a college football tournament, that it would be bigger than March Madness. And I still think this is going to be bigger than March Madness. One of the best things about March Madness, we all know, is the upsets, right? Okay. Wednesday night, 10th seed Miami upset 2 seed Ohio State to advance. Yesterday, no upset with Alabama, Indiana. I'm going to get into that in a minute. Then last night, an upset. Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34. That was a 6th-ranked team beating the 3rd-ranked team. And then Oregon, 5th-ranked team, beat the 4th-ranked team, Texas Tech 23-0. What are we to make of this? Well, this is what happens when you have a playoff, when you actually can win on the field. I have a friend, I've known him forever, huge Georgia fan. And he commented last week about Georgia Tech winning a bowl game. Wow, that makes us look better. And I said, man, you're in the playoffs now. It doesn't matter how you look. You don't have to convince voters to vote for you. It's not that artificial thing that we've all become used to. No, this is on the field. They're deciding this thing head to head, and I'm here for it. I really am. And I tell you what, 2 guys that really made money for themselves yesterday for Ole Miss. That quarterback, Chambliss. That kid is terrific. And to think that he played Division II ball up until this year. A guy like Kiffin, he's kind of a rebel, and not everybody loves him, but he'll take chances, and he took a chance on this kid, and you saw what he did last night. 30 of 46, 362 yards, 2 touchdowns. And the kicker for Ole Miss had a 55 and a 56, and then he kicked the one that won the ball game. Those 2 guys really helped themselves in this game. They did. Boy, oh boy, especially that kicker. Man, oh man. And it sets up a weird situation because I mentioned Lane Kiffin. He already said he was leaving, go to LSU. They made him go right away. They did allow some of his assistants that will be going to LSU to coach in this game yesterday. But there's no guarantee of that. So the transfer portal opens today. And so, it's really an influx situation. College football, except for the playoffs right now, it's just broken. It's not, I don't think it's sustainable the way they're operating now. Paying players all that money, and you're not even making them go to class anymore. So basically, these players are employees of the university, and not students in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I don't know what we're creating here, but I do know that was a fun day of football yesterday. My goodness! All right, I wanted to talk about Indiana. I had a bunch of people say to me, well, how are they able to do it so fast? And why can't Maryland do it that way? Well, I've talked about this the last couple of weeks, and it bears repeating as we go into this thing. Curt Cignetti, the head coach at Indiana, he's in his 2nd year. He's only lost twice in 2 years. He's the guy that put James Madison on the map. He won a FCS championship and then was their head coach when they went into FBS, which they are now. But when he took the Indiana job, he took a couple dozen of his best players with him. So that's hitting the ground running. And then he understands the transfer portal. And he understands NIL. I would say to you, Curt Cignetti understands the way college football works better than anybody in the country right now. And that's why that team is 14-0. And that's why that team will probably win the national championship. It's an all-star team. But the larger thing, like I told you about the Ole Miss quarterback, Chambliss, he played Division II, Ferris State. What is happening now is that small college players or small time players unwittingly are getting chances to play in the big time. And you saw a great example of that yesterday. Also, speaking of Indiana, shout out to Roman Hemby, local guy, Edgewood. John Carroll, played the last 4 years at Maryland, didn't want to leave. Loxley called him in and says, well, we're not sure we got a spot for you next year. Why don't you go to Indiana? And he did, and he came up big yesterday. I think he rushed for pretty close to 1,000 yards this year, if I'm not mistaken. But it's very interesting. It resumes again next week. With the two matchups are going to be great. Miami and Ole Miss on Thursday. Oregon, Indiana on Friday. And that's the other thing I wanted to mention. And then we're going to get into the pros and Baltimore stuff. I covered the SEC for 10 years. I have a lot of friends who still cover the SEC or are retired and still SEC people. I have endless arguments with them about the Big Ten versus the SEC. They feel, and you can't convince them, that top to bottom, SEC is the best college football conference there is. And they're probably right. But I always come back and say, do not sleep on the Big Ten. Do not sleep on the Big Ten. You do that at your own peril. Well, here's the Final Four in college football. Miami plays Ole Miss. That's ACC versus SEC, right? The other matchup, Oregon, Indiana. That is an all Big Ten matchup. So if you can't get excited about that, I just don't know. All right, the other big news yesterday, Lamar's going to play. We heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Got up in front of the cameras and everything. Said 100% I'm going to play. I also answered questions about Mike Preston's piece last week about falling asleep in meetings. No, I sit right in the front row. John Harbaugh wouldn't let me fall asleep in meetings. Basically refuted everything that was in that article. Now, it didn't just happen. I promise you he was fully briefed on what the article said and what the club wanted him to say. And it all went off very smoothly. All the media got the stuff they needed. Lamar's going to play. If you would have asked me on Sunday, I would have said, well, Snoop. Snoop's healthy. Snoop is 100%. Snoop can, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My thinking has changed. If Lamar is good, and we're not going to ever get 100% of Lamar the rest of this season. We're just not. But if he's good enough to play, he's got to play. That's my thinking. And I will argue with all of you if you want. But that's the way I feel about it. One word of warning going into this game Sunday night against the Steelers. First of all, it's exactly the way that we all wanted the season to end, isn't it? I mean, what could be better than that, right? Steelers and Ravens for all the marbles. And then, as it turns out, it'll be the last game of the regular season. This will do a gigantic rating on NBC. NBC has got to be salivating thinking about the numbers they're going to put up. But don't think for 1 second that Derrick Henry is going to be able to run the ball against Pittsburgh the way he ran it against the Packers. Two entirely different defenses. The Ravens, are, as much as they would like to, they're not going to be able to ride Derrick Henry this week. They're just not. I mean, the Steelers are stout against the run. And they've done certain things to get even stouter. And their number one draft pick did not play in the first matchup with the Steelers, and he's going to play tomorrow or Sunday. And defensive lineman, really good against the run. I would expect them to be a little bit more varied out of necessity. I mean, we all love seeing them just hand it to Derrick and let's go. And that being said, I'm not saying they won't be able to run the ball against Pittsburgh. I'm just saying Derrick's not going to be able to run it the way he did it against Green Bay. But then again, that doesn't mean you don't stop. You don't stop trying. I mean, you keep pounding and see if you can get it to break through. It's going to be cold, and that's when Derrick Henry is at his best. I can tell you from playing on cold nights myself, you don't want to be tackling people in cold weather. And the key to Derrick Henry is and always has been, he just pounds you to death, and then guys get tired of tackling him in the fourth quarter. That's been the book on Derrick Henry since college. And a cold night like that kind of plays into his hands. So that's what I'm saying. Don't completely abandon it. Just don't expect the same level of carries that you saw last week. Because I'm not sure that's what they need to win this game. The defense is going to have to be sharp. The pass rush is still in flux, but the corners aren't playing all that well. But Rodgers doesn't have anybody to throw to. It's like last week. He looked helpless at times back there. I almost felt sorry for him. And it's the way it's going to be tomorrow. Nothing's changed in the receiving end for Pittsburgh. In fact, they lost their tight end, that great big guy. So I don't know what they plan to do. But I know both teams will show up, and at 8:20, they're going to kick it off. So, like I said, Femi Ayanbadejo, who's played against Pittsburgh many times, will be in here at 11. We're going to do the whole hour with him. I'll get his insights into that because these two teams really don't like each other. They really don't like each other. This ought to be interesting. Coming up this hour at what time is it? At 10:30. My good friend Steve Molesky. I've known him forever. I don't think I've ever had him on one of my shows. So we're going to get in, we're going to have him in, and we're going to talk about an eventful offseason for the Orioles and ask the $100 million question, are they through yet? We'll get that from Steve Molesky. So that's all coming up. Love to hear from you, too. 410-581-1057, 410-583-1057. I'm going to open the phones next segment. Once again, 410-583-1057. Bruce Cunningham, off and running.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Rays with the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn, with their second location now open at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the grandstand. It features your favorites from the original Costas Inn. They're open for lunch and dinner daily, so stop in and see them today. Happy New Year from the Costas family.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare?
Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-981-4455. That's 800-981-4455. 800-981-4455.
The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I've got a song, I ain't got no melody. I'm gonna sing it to my friends.
Welcome back, Bruce Cunningham Show, special holiday edition. Just a reminder, I will be on tomorrow at my regular time, noon to 2, so make sure you tune in then. Also, I neglected to mention this earlier, and I'm kind of ashamed of myself, but Navy plays today. They had a really nice season, and I remember telling you that they were going to get a real nice bowl out of this, New Year's Day or later, and they did. They're in the Liberty Bowl. They're taking on Cincinnati today. The Mids go in 10-2. That game is at 4:30. 410-583-1057. Again, 410-583-1057. If you haven't heard about this, the Ravens have released Ben Cleveland, the backup offensive lineman, after 5 years. He never became a starter. He didn't add much at all. He got I think it was a DUI, wasn't it? Yeah, he got a DUI and was suspended for getting the DUI as per NFL rules. And then when the suspension was over after last week's game, he was done. They just released him. So no more Ben Cleveland. Make of that what you will. 410-583-1057. Let's go to Harry at Owings Mills. What's going on?
Good morning, Mr. Cunningham. Thank you for taking my call, sir.
My name's Bruce. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Bruce. I appreciate that.
Very good.
Now, I know there's been a lot of talk about whether it should be Lamar or Tyler Huntley, and I think it's preposterous. But I did want to say I think it's less of an indictment on Lamar and more of an indictment on Todd Monken.
Okay.
And let me explain what I mean.
All right.
I think Todd Monken, he has in his mind, I'm going to do what I do as my offensive coordinator. And I don't think a lot of times he comes up with a game plan based on what the opponent doesn't do well or as in terms of what's going on with game flow.
I know exactly what you're saying. Hold on to your example because I'm going to jump in here real quick. When Michael Jordan was at North Carolina, Dean Smith didn't recognize his talent. He made Jordan play within his system. And the line on Dean Smith always was he's the only man in basketball history that held Michael Jordan to 16 points a game. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And this is what you're saying, right?
Well, yeah, because if you look at the Bengals and the Patriots, they're not good at defending tight ends. But yet Isaiah Likely has no targets in those games. Now, I don't want to criticize the Bengals game too much because we won 24-0, scored 17 points offensively. But in the Patriots game, if there was no communication between John Harbaugh and Todd Monken, how does Todd Monken not automatically understand that Derrick Henry is the guy who needs to be in there in that fourth quarter to walk this game out? And to me, that's something that's obvious. And if I could point out one thing about the game last night between Ole Miss and Georgia, I am so glad that Ole Miss won that game because that was an egregious miss on the face mask. Because I don't know how you don't see that because that kid was going to pick up a first down. And it's possible that Ole Miss could have run that game out.
Yeah. You're not wrong. I was glad to see him win, too. It's just I'm sick of Georgia, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when it was Alabama all the time, I was glad to see Georgia win. Now that it's Georgia, let someone else win.
Absolutely. Harry, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it. 410-583-1057. My man Antonio in Rosedale. You just had a birthday, didn't you?
Yes, I did on the 30th.
Happy birthday. 30, right?
Yeah, 30 on the 30th. The golden birthday.
All right, it's all downhill from here. Just understand that.
Okay. My score prediction is Ravens 24, Steelers 20. Go Ravens, and you have a wonderful day, bro.
Thank you, Antonio. I appreciate it, and happy birthday. Yeah, it's going to be like it always is. You know, it's going to be hard fought, and it's going to go down to the late stages of the game because it always does. It always does. That's the way this rivalry is. It's frustrating in some ways. The other big question, and this is one that's been raised all over the place, is the losing coach Sunday night in trouble for his job. I haven't heard anything authoritative towards that, but there's an awful lot of squawking about it. So, you know, I pay attention. 410-583-1057. Franchise in Delaware. What's going on?
Hey, Bruce.
Hey there.
It's Happy New Year, buddy.
Same to you.
It's nice to have you on today for this wonderful occasion. I might call you again tomorrow, but here's our follow-up. We live to smell another day. To get to Week 18, to have the opportunity to play for the AFC North Division title is all you could really ask for.
Absolutely.
And as a fan, I remember Vegas, and I said to you there was a 7% chance that the Ravens would go into Lambeau, beat Green Bay, have the Brownies at the pound, the dogs, help us out by removing the curse of Art Modell. This may have helped them vindicate the curse of the Art Modell by beating the Steelers to help us get to this game, Week 18, in Pittsburgh. And this is all you can really ask for when you only had a 7% probability.
It's made to order. This is exactly what we want, you know?
But here's my concern. We start the season 1-5, and I know you just mentioned before you took my call about the coaching issues, and I've been hammering home your opinion regarding the loser of this game. Now, I don't want to think negatively, because if you think positively, the winner of this game, the head coach keeps his job because you get a home playoff game, you win the division, and I think Bisciotti would say, with Harbaugh's case, you start the season 1-5, injuries, we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt, especially when you're on the hook for 2 more years of the contract at $17 million a year. Do you really think? And I hate to sound negative, because if we run the rock and show what we did against Green Bay, and use our power game with our offensive line and Ricard, and run Henry 35 times.
No.
They can't stop us.
You're not going to be able to run the ball against Pittsburgh like that. Come on. You're acting like
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I know. I tell you.
Well, you got to try. That's my point.
Well, that's what I've been saying. You got to try.
Does that.
Nobody's saying abandon the run. I'm just saying don't expect the same result from Henry that you got against the Packers. That's all. Steelers are that much better against the run. That's all. Not saying don't run it, and I'm not saying he won't have a great game, but Steelers are better against the run than the Packers.
Okay, fair enough, but don't run away from J.J. Watt, even though Mr. Lung is going to play. Run at J.J. Watt, right at him. Run at the last game plan, we're running away, we're not even blocking him. I'd run right at him. I'd run right at Patrick Queen because he doesn't want any part of King Henry. He backs away from contact.
Especially when it's cold. Franchise, got to move on, man. Thanks for the call.
Come on, Bruce.
Appreciate it. I don't know. Rome in Colombia. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Bruce.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Going well.
Good. Hey, I just a couple quick things.
Yeah.
I know you're Alabama, has some history with the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
But did you see that dismantling last night?
You know what? I posted on social media. I used the word jarring. It was jarring to see Alabama pushed around like that.
Following that team, can you imagine what the talk is in that city and state right now?
Oh, man. Yeah, I got a real good idea. I'll tell you this that I learned about Alabama fans. I spent the entire decade of the 80s working at TV in Alabama. Alabama fans will not sit around in a situation that calls for utter panic. Okay?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, they're passionate. They have no pro sports. So
they're just used to winning. It reminds me of Dallas Cowboy fans. They're not happy unless they win by 3 touchdowns.
That's right, exactly right. And one last thing before I let you go. This whole thing, this kerfuffle with the Baltimore Sun guy. I mean, what do you think about all that? I think I remember. You've been around here a long time.
I'm glad you asked me that, Rome, because I want to go on the record. Thanks for the call. I'm going to hang up on you, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I've known Mike Preston since 1992. He was still on the college beat back then, writing about Maryland, I got to know him a whole lot better in 96 when the Ravens got here. Mike Preston is accurate. You go back, you may not like what he writes, but go back and check the accuracy a month down the road and see if he wasn't right. Most times he's absolutely right. I don't know what his sources were for that piece last week, but I trust Mike. And I know Mike's not sitting there like a novelist making things up. And I think for the rest of you, you should consider that. You've been reading him for years, you know? Look, just understand this. The job is called columnist, okay? A columnist gives his opinion, and he's trying to get a rise out of you. Given that, that was a slam dunk last week for Mike Preston. As far as true or not, I'm going to side with Mike Preston because I trust Mike Preston. He wouldn't have made that up. So I'm just going to leave that right there. All right, all you guys that are holding, Seth, John, Sean, Brian, stay right where you are. Coming up, Steve Molesky. We're talking some Orioles baseball. That's next.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to a live broadcast and watch party with 1057 The Fan this Sunday starting at 5 p.m. Watch the game on our gigantic 12-foot screen and enjoy food and drink specials all night long. Visit Barrel House Live for more info.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make like it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Join us at Barrel House Live Sunday, January 4th for 105.7 The Fan's live pregame broadcast starting at 5 p.m. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for more info.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back. Bruce Cunningham Show, the day after New Year's. It doesn't have a name, does it? No, just day after New Year's. Happy to be here. I'm with you till noon. I'll be on my regular slot tomorrow, noon to 2. Make a note of that. Joining me now, a guy I've known a long time, and I was thinking on my way in today, I don't know that I've ever had Steve Molesky on this show. So we're happy to be changing all that. Steve, how you doing?
What's going on, Bruce? Happy New Year.
Same to you. The Orioles in the offseason, you know, the Oriole fans, well, when are they going to do something? They can't say that this offseason. This has been nothing short of a tour de force. Would you agree?
I would. It's been quite different because, you know, for years, the Orioles sometimes were linked to big names. Sometimes there were reports they made a certain player a certain offer, and then they didn't get him, which just it really almost served to frustrate the fans because they're always teased by, well, maybe this year will be different. Well, finally, we had a year that was different. And, you know, it started with David Rubenstein, who said we are deep-pocketed and we don't have a limit on what we can spend. And then he proved it with, you know, the big offer to Schwarber, who didn't take it. It was more of the same. And then a day later, it changed dramatically with the Pete Alonso agreement. So that changed everything. The Orioles, I saw a note, are second in free agent spending this year, while the Yankees have spent like $25 million. So, I mean, this is a switch that Baltimore is just not used to.
At all. I mean, we're pinching ourselves. One thing that has fascinated me about this free agent market, and before I ask that, I want to mention this. They re-signed Zach Eflin last week. People probably shouldn't assume that that's the other pitcher they were going to go try and get, right?
I think so, because it doesn't preclude them, obviously, from making a bigger move. It was a low expenditure via free agency spending. And, you know, at first it surprised me a little bit. I didn't think he would come back. And then when we got the chance to hear him talk, he was so upbeat about his procedure and the aftermath of it, and being an Oriole, that it kind of probably could get fans excited to read his quotes.
At the top end of the free agent market right now, the pitchers, it's been kind of frozen lately. But yesterday, the Astros signed Imai, that pitcher from Japan. Is that how you pronounce it? IMAI?
I believe so.
It could be worth up to $63 million. Does this signing, is this the one everybody's been waiting for? Do you think this breaks the ice with the free agent pitchers?
Not necessarily, because he was facing a deadline of a posting fee today. And so we knew something would be resolved with him for sure. And so it takes one pitcher off the board, and maybe that alters things a little bit. I really think what altered things was the Dylan Cease signing.
Yeah.
When he signed 7 years, $210, he got, you know, some analysts said he got both more years and dollars than projected. And, you know, guy had a 4.5 ERA 2 of the last 3 years. We know he's got great stuff and all of the above, and Toronto just unloaded the truck for him. So that may have pulled others up in terms of what they can get. And then you have Imai, who gets less than what was projected. So, you know, who knows for sure? These things, I just think this month it's really going to heat up. Whether that'll be sooner than later, we're going to find out.
Most Oriole media types that I talk to, and you're certainly one of them, they all agree with you that there will be another starting pitcher coming in here. Right?
I think they need it because last year showed, I mean, at the top of the rotation today, in some order, sits Rogers and Bradish. And both have question marks. In Rogers' case, it's, can he do that again? He pitched a 1.81 ERA.
Yeah.
The best ERA by any Oriole starter ever, 100 innings minimum in the history of the team, dates to 1954.
He could have got Ted Williams out last year, the way he was throwing, you know?
He was getting everybody out. He was getting left and right. He could have thrown underhand and probably got out. So I do think he's turned a corner. Whether you're going to see a 1.8 ERA again, I don't know. But I think he's now turned the corner to be a guy you can mostly count on. So I'm pretty confident. But there's questions. Can he do it again? And with Bradish, the questions are the injury, of course. So he came back. He looked really good for 6 starts. But how many innings can he give him? Can he stay healthy? So there are question marks even with their top guys. And so throwing another big gun in that mix would be a good thing.
I'm kind of keeping an eye on Cade Povich this spring. I'm not real sure they even know what they want to do with him. He's looking more and more like a bullpen piece, but is he long relief? Is he a 7th, 8th inning guy? How do you see Cade Povich?
I would guess guys like Cade Povich and Brandon Young and then Trey Gibson, who moved up last year late from AA, are AAA rotation depth. And, you know, you hope the plan goes as, you know, you intend to, and you don't need them as much. But history tells us differently, that over the course of the year, you're going to go through 8 or 10 starters.
Oh, yeah.
So they're in that 8 or 10 starter mix, I would think. But right now, they're not counted on it. I mean, Tyler Wells may have been booted out to the bullpen, and he looked good when he came back last year. So it's good. I mean, the depth, you need the depth. So those guys still have promise. They still have hopes for them, but they're not in the rotation opening day, barring something very unforeseen.
Well, given what happened late last season, as they head into spring training, outfield, this is going to be a tough outfield to make. Are they going to have to carry 5 outfielders because of so much talent, or are they going to go with 4 and send a really good player down? How do you see that working out?
We don't know that answer yet. I mean, we don't know whether they carry 3 catchers. You know, that was
there too, yeah.
Potentially the plan. Now they're down to 2 on the 40, but that obviously can change. Are they going to sign another utility infielder? Is Jeremiah Jackson going to possibly be in that role? So all is still to be answered. It's still there. There are several moves coming, I would think. Some could be much more smaller than what we're talking about with top free agent pitchers.
Yeah.
So all of the above is on tap, and then they'll sort it out. And then you got to find out things when you get to spring training, like Heston Kjerstad. Can he play his way into the mix again? Is he healthy? Is he back? You know, what's going to happen with Kobe Mayo? What's going to happen with Mountcastle? I mean, first base is crowded right now.
Yeah, it's real crowded. I was slightly surprised they even re-signed Mountcastle. Were you? Because when they did, I thought, okay, they're going to go ahead and trade him, but they haven't.
No, they haven't. And, you know, at the time, the logic that Mike Elias gave sounded good to me. You know, we still have confidence in his bat, and we're just not in the business of letting good bats walk out the door. So $8 million is pricey, but it's not $20 million.
Right.
And, you know, Mountcastle, I don't know. It just, you know, Kobe Mayo, he might have to go back to the minors. He's got options. Who knows how this all is going to work itself out. But I can't fault them for getting a middle of the order bat who is one of baseball's best, which displaces some people.
Well, one of the interesting things about Steve and me, this is for the listeners, is we have parallels. I started my career in Richmond. Steve worked in Richmond. I lived in Kingsville. Steve grew up in Kingsville. We're intertwined, Steve. You know that, right?
I know. I recently got reunited with some of the, as I would call them, the Kingsville boys from my youth. So that was really cool. And I mean, I loved Richmond too. I mean, those are two of the, you say Kingsville and you say Richmond, you got my attention because those are two of the best places I know.
I'll tell you a funny story. When my son was like in middle school, early high school, that Yahoo Chat was real popular, Yahoo Chat. And he left his up one day, and his name on there was like Ghetto Killers or something like that. And I told him, I said, you live in Kingsville, you have a well.
We did.
Ain't no ghetto killers like that, you know. Steve, hey, man, I really appreciate your time. This was fun. Let's do it again.
Anytime, Bruce. Have a great show.
And before you go, you're not with Masson anymore. You're now on Substack. Tell people how they can find you, because I read you quite often, and I like it a lot.
Well, thanks, man. And I really have had a great year on Substack. steveonbaseball.substack.com is how you find me. And a lot of people are subscribing, and it's really heartfelt how that place is built for me. And I put a tweet out. I guess I got a little emotional on New Year's Eve, and I basically said I needed Birdland more than I knew this year. And their support, now they keep finding me, has been great. So steveonbaseball.substack.com. We cranking it out.
Well, when you do high-level work over a large period of years, you develop a following, and I think you're proving that to yourself. So, Steve, congratulations on the success. I hope it grows like crazy.
Bruce, thanks so much, man. Enjoyed being with you.
You too. There you go. Steve Molesky, one of the greats. 410-583-1057. You guys have been holding on. I'm going to get right back to you right on the other side of this break. Phones are open, 410-583-1057.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to join us this Sunday, January 4th for Purple Party number 4. This one you do not want to miss. We've got 105.7 The Fan kicking off their live pregame show broadcast starting at 5 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Have you seen our new amazing concert hall and its upgrades? Well, you probably should. We'll have food and drink specials all night long, so make your reservations now and watch the big game on our massive 12-foot screen and other remote TVs. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for all the details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Bruce Cunningham Show on the day after New Year's Day. It's a company holiday. That's why I'm in here. Ben and Cordell will be in after me starting at noon. So lock it in here at 105.7 The Fan. The rest of the day, we talking an awful lot about this Ravens-Pittsburgh game, and that doesn't surprise me at all. And we're going to jump back into that now. Let's go to Seth in Baltimore. Seth, what's up? Hey, Seth. I think we lost him. Okay. Thanks, Seth. Let's try John in Baltimore. John, what's going on?
Bruce, Happy New Year, buddy.
Same to you.
Two things. I just wanted to throw it out there. You know, I guess I'm pulling for Indiana now. I'm a Signetti fan.
Everybody is.
But you know, it just baffles my brain. You know, Texas Tech I think had like a quote unquote $38 million payroll. You know, for their team, they bought a team.
Yep.
I mean, there's going to have to be a salary cap coming down the pike at some point, don't you think?
Well, yeah, there's going to be some kind of reckoning, you know, but to have a salary cap, then you got to have some kind of player union. And I don't know that college football wants to deal with a players union. You know, the whole thing's a mess. It's a mess. I'm telling you, it's not sustainable. This won't last indefinitely. It can't.
I think the toothpaste is already out of the tube right now, but, you know, it's like you said, there's definitely going to be a day of reckoning.
Yeah.
And, one more thing. I didn't want to be remiss. I know you are a good friend of my good friend Bob Popping.
Yeah.
And I know yesterday I spent the day in honor of him having endless tacos, endless rofo, and pit beef sandwiches, man. We lost a good one there, buddy.
Hey, Facebook memories. I'm looking at it yesterday, and there's a picture of him with a big old tray of food up in the press box, and it made me smile and be sad at the same time. Thanks for mentioning him. I appreciate that.
All right, brother.
All right, there he goes. So Seth called back, right? All right, Seth, you're at the front of the line. You got to be ready when I take your call, man.
Bruce, you got me, brother. Hey, look, I say this all the time, Bruce, but Baltimore loves you, man. There's nothing you can do about it.
I appreciate that. I do.
So, Bruce, you know, you have such a unique perspective, man. And, you know, sometimes I feel like that Will Ferrell character on SNL, like in front of the British Parliament, you know, when he would talk about Oasis.
Yeah.
You know, but all this Lamar talk sounds a lot like Eddie Murray talk from back in the day.
It sure does.
It really does. And, you know, I just don't know how more excellent you can be and have all these Monday morning clickbait people talk trash about you.
I'll tell you this, Seth. This is based on what Lamar had to say and what John Harbaugh had to say earlier in the week and everything. Lamar's not going anywhere, okay? Lamar,
no doubt.
They're going to keep. John, I'm not so sure. Okay,
Yeah.
If there's a change, it may be there, but Lamar's not going anywhere, so we can axe the Eddie Murray talk and all that, you know?
I hear you, but, you know, I loved what you said about Mike, but it did make me think that he's kind of management friendly to put that article out at this time.
Man, hey, let me tell you something.
Very columnist. I love that you said that.
Seth, management hates Mike Preston, okay? I'm telling you right now, they don't like him at all. So that I understand why you would have that presumption, but don't presume that. Okay.
I believe you, brother.
All right.
Now, last thing.
Yeah.
Are you afraid? Because I really wanted Michael King.
Yeah.
Then I really wanted Imai because I think he is Yamamoto light.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like the Orioles kind of MO again, where they're going to go, you know, maybe we're good, right? Even though the owner said you can go out and spend as much money as of mine as you want. Which I thought was very telling. It seems like either they've offered money to guys that are looking for 7 years or don't want it, but I can't imagine why you didn't give Michael King 4 years, $90 million.
Yeah,
or Imai 4 years, $90 million. I just don't understand.
Yeah.
And
It has to do with a lot of things. The state tax in Texas doesn't exist. There's a lot of things like that. I don't know. Suarez, I think, is the guy that's going to end up being here, if you want my opinion. I think that's the guy they're going to get.
I hope so.
All right.
I hope so, but I think we're going to end up getting like Zach Gallen. You know what I mean? And then what do you think the chance, which wouldn't be terrible, but what do you think the chances are, considering Eflin is so tight with Mountie, that the O's just kind of work with what they have and maybe trade some minor league depth pieces for a left-handed bullpen arm?
I don't know. Thanks for the call, Seth. I think any pitching move they're going to make is going to be a starter, and I think they're going to sort out the bullpen once they get down there. Just my opinion. My man, Kirk, Captain Kirk. What's going on, man?
Happy New Year, brother.
You're making me feel like it's 2008 again or something, Zitto, get in here.
Hey, I normally call on Saturdays, but we got a family gathering tomorrow, and I just happened to, I heard that there was like, whether CBS radio or something playing this morning, and I was like, I wonder if anybody's on at 10 o'clock, and then I heard you. I was like, I got to call in, man. I got some free time. But Bruce, you're cooler than the other side of the pillar, man. Ain't nobody gonna tell me different. Hey, I found it interesting. I was in a group chat with a bunch of my friends, and I was like, isn't it funny that both fan bases in Pittsburgh and Baltimore kind of are wanting the same thing?
Same thing.
They're tired of the head coach, and they're hoping like this loss will be the extra little that match to light the fire to get the head coach fired. And I'm like, and I started thinking, and I actually am starting to come around on it because I kind of wanted that, and I've been wanting a Harbaugh going for about 5 years now. You can point to all the fourth quarter blown leads. You can point to how many offensive coordinators we've had, and I understand. He is a leader, and he likes to
CEO.
He's like a CEO, right? He's like Bisciotti.
Yeah.
Look, I'm going to hire the best person I think possible.
Get out of the way.
Let them do the job. Get out of the way. I'm not going to micromanage. But then I look and I said, there are times when you have to put that aside and go, I need to step in here because I'm seeing this. And I'm all about real-time, game-time adjustments. And when you see something not working and you have the headset on, you're wearing the headset, John, step in and say, hey, I think we should run Henry here. It's been about 2 series since we've run Henry.
Yeah.
And he was pulling off a bunch of yardage. Hey, why aren't we running him? Again, there's real-time adjustments. But, it's both fan bases want the same thing. And I actually think that both head coaches are so long in the tooth. They've been successful.
Kirk, I know where you're going with this, and I'm going to tell you what both of them have in common. What John Harbaugh and in Pittsburgh as well, fatigue, fan fatigue.
Yeah, it's fan fatigue.
When you hear that long, people just get a little bit tired of you. But you know what? Both of them keep winning, don't they?
Yeah, and I just don't think anything's changed until they decide, unless they really step on their pretty hard and mess up somewhere, do something that's just outside of football, right? But I think that when they decide they want to go, that's when they'll go. That's I'm starting to think that, but hire some. So if you need new coaches, if Lamar's not, working out with Monken very well or something, make the change. Have the cojones to step in and say, we're going to make a change here. So
I'll just say this: it can't be easy being an offensive coordinator when you have a talent like Lamar, because Lamar is what's the word I'm looking for? He's not your usual quarterback. Okay,
he's 101.
He creates 6 to 8 seconds into a play, whereas most quarterbacks, they create 2 to 3 seconds into a play. That's just how Lamar plays. And if you're going to be the offensive coordinator, you got to be really smart in how you use him. Roman never figured him out, and I'm not sure Monken has figured him out either. Maybe he's just that good,
Yeah, I think so. I just think I would like to see Lamar with an offensive mind, like somebody like McVay, somebody that's younger and innovative and can really maximize the talent there and not put any kind of constraints.
Yeah.
So, but I appreciate it, Bruce. Have a great weekend.
Good to hear from you. Happy New Year. Good to hear from you up there.
Happy New Year.
Really do.
Take care, my man.
All right, you too. Coming up, Femi Ayanbadejo is going to join us right here in the studio, and we're going to spend the whole hour. I'm going to let you talk to him. He's going to take some calls. We're going to talk about this whole Lamar controversy and all of this, And that's all coming up in the next hour. So if you need more of a reason to listen than that, I don't know what to tell you. Obafemi Ayambadejo, Super Bowl champion, live here in the studio with us, and it starts next.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pants for the family. Yep, 50% off all pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big, only at Old Navy. Valid 1, 3, and 4. Excludes clearance, maternity, active jeans, sweatpants, knit leggings, and sleep.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is a place to go. Save now on a huge selection of Hyundais. Ask for Kevin Brammer. He's a sales director and a deal maker. You're going to have a great sales experience, and he's going to get you a phenomenal deal. Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. And Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more for your trade than CarMax. So visit jonesjunction.com to check out what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every new Hyundai comes with Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guarantee for a lifetime with over 1 million likes and reviews. You too, you can be a satisfied customer. Jones Hyundai, they're part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So pop up and see Kevin and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
This holiday season, we'll help you with your gifts. You and your family can have the full power of America's best 5G network and 4 free 5G phones for just $25 a month per line. Holiday shopping just got easier. Now, when you should get your dog, we can't help you with that. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Offer ends January 7th, 2026. Subject to device availability. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a total base 5G unlimited plan. Port in and ID verification requirements vary by device. Limit to 4 devices per account. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Electric school buses keep the air cleaner and are cheaper to operate. The Maryland Energy Administration helps school districts invest in them. Learn more at energy.maryland.gov.
Brought to you by Barrel House Live. Visit them on Facebook for all their events.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Welcome back, Bruce Cunningham Show, a special holiday edition. Southside Johnny and the Asbury Jukes. Can't go wrong there. You also can't go wrong with Obafemi. I am Badejo, one of my best pals that ever wore that purple and black uniform. He's with us for the entire hour. Femi, welcome. We're glad to have you.
What's up, Bruce? How's it going, man? Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. I mean, I was just here not that long ago.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Thanks for and right back at you. Before we get into other things we want to talk about, the first thing I wanted to talk to you about was this matchup Sunday night.
Yeah.
This is exactly what everybody was hoping for. This is what everybody wants to see. You played in several Ravens-Steelers games. These two teams historically hate each other, don't they?
Yeah, there's definitely, and I like to use the word hate loosely because I think it's respectful.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not the Cincinnati Bengals relationship where we don't give, what about them, or the Browns. Like, this is different. We recognize that there is a respect, and almost we need that adversary that can match our energy. And they're, as Val Kilmer said, I'll be your Huckleberry, right? Like, they're our Huckleberry, we're their Huckleberry. So there's a lot of respect between Baltimore and Pittsburgh, even between the fans as well. It can get there's a bit of acrimony at times, but I think it's always been well played and well done. And whenever I'm on their side of the fence, I feel like I have great, amazing conversations with former Pittsburgh players and fans. Joey Porter and I go way back to San Diego State and Colorado State days.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've known Joey Porter a really long time.
Wow.
So, whenever I run into him and get to talk to guys like him, like there's no love lost, but there's respect. And I think that's a great way to kind of put a bow on it and sum it up.
Were you on the team? Were you still here when Joey Porter jumped across the line and took Todd Heap out when he had the ankle injury?
No, I think I was already gone at that point. I think I might have been in Miami at that point.
People wanted to kill Joey Porter.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. There's probably been other incidents on the other side where it's been we felt the same way about them in regard to things that we've done. The Ben Roethlisberger incidents and the different things from Sizzle and different folks, right? So yeah, I think it goes both ways. And over the years, we can point out to these singular events that really got into people's craws and really pissed them off. Yeah, and there'll be more of them.
There'll be
more of them.
You think?
So yeah, for sure.
For sure. All right. Let's talk about the gorilla in the room. I don't want to dance around this too much longer. Mike Preston last week, the column. I've known Mike a long time.
I know.
Mike doesn't write fiction.
We'll see.
You took a pretty deep dive into all this, and you're bursting at the seams. Tell me what you got.
Well, let's go macro before we go micro.
Okay.
It is well known in the Ravens locker room amongst players that Mike Preston's not trusted. This is a fact.
Okay.
And I stand on it. And any player that you want to talk to, one of the first things you learn, and I've been around the Ravens since 1999.
Yeah,
now.
I know.
I'm not a newcomer.
No.
So you're warned in advance about who to speak with and who not to speak with. He has no relationships with current or former players. This is a fact. He went on to Jerry Coleman's podcast yesterday and said as much. So he already said he does not talk to current players. He does not have relationships with current players. My position has always been, if you're going to talk about somebody's habits, their work habits, call them lazy, not committed, and all these different things, you better be able to back it up with something more than I have sources. That doesn't cut it.
Right.
I know with specificity, no one's going to out a source. I understand that. But categorically, you better one, give me something that tells me that either a former player, a current player, an administrator, or a current or former coach, you can say that, said this thing about this individual, specifically Lamar Jackson. Lamar was drafted at the end of the first round.
Right.
And we know what he was. He has risen to be the highest rated passer in NFL history. He's a 2-time MVP. Does that reek of somebody that doesn't have work ethic? Now, if you want to say you want him here during camp, fine, say that. But don't say this man's not lazy or committed, because that's a falsehood. Secondarily, Lamar Jackson went on air yesterday and basically acknowledged the commentary and said all of it is false.
Yeah.
So he's giving me no sources. He's giving me no timelines. He's giving me nothing categorically or general to lean on to support his position. And the people involved, Coach Harbaugh said, if you want to know how I feel, come talk to me. You know what I mean? And give these gentlemen a chance to defend themselves. He never even went to them for or questioned them before he put the report out. The way that I look at it is that the Ravens are down, Lamar is down, and he saw it as an opportunistic time. He's a columnist.
Yeah,
I totally get it. But Bruce, there's nothing to support anything he said. Half the things he said are old and recycled. Another thing I want to add. Ryan Mink wrote a story in 2022 about the Ravens practice schedule. And this was a result of the injuries to Marcus Peters, J.K. Dobbins, and Gus Edwards. They changed the practice schedule because, and I'm a human performance expert, by the way.
I know that. Yeah.
Players' bodies are warmer during the day. Yes, it's hotter during the day, but you are less likely to get injured when your core temperature is hotter and your body has already been moving around. This had nothing to do with Lamar Jackson. So all the things that he points at in regard to Lamar's work ethic, the practice schedule, how Coach Harbaugh feels about Lamar. They've all been refuted by the people involved. So, look, no disrespect. I'm going to be critical here. Everyone he's talked about is denying everything, and I have my own history with the team. So I'm going to lean on that, and everyone in the media, look at this. I get this. You don't expect me to go on air and openly criticize my teammate. You know I'm not going to do that. And I don't expect you to go on air and openly criticize your teammate.
No.
But guess what? I'm going to do it because there's nothing that tells me that anything he said is other than just his 2 cents and his opinion. And the issue that I have is with the national media and the regional media is none of them took this thing apart and none of them dissected it. That's my biggest issue. They took it as fact.
From a national standpoint, it's much easier to say, the Baltimore Sun is reporting.
Yeah,
or Mike Preston.
It's lazy.
It's calls
lazy.
you don't have to make on your own.
Yeah.
You know.
Another thing, and this is the other thing I want to add. When has Lamar Jackson ever said he wants to play for the Dolphins?
Never.
He's never said it.
People assume.
When have the Raiders ever said they haven't? Well, first of all, they can't because Lamar's under contract. When has anyone ever said that Lamar Jackson is going to play for the Raiders or that the Raiders are interested in him?
Let's take it a step up from there. When a couple of years ago, before he signed his contract, when basically the Ravens were saying to everybody in the NFL, he's available if you want him, nobody stepped up.
Yeah, and nobody knew what he would become either. And I think recognizing that.
He was pretty good then, but he wasn't exactly where he is
he
now.
already had an MVP at that point. You know
did.
what I mean? And so are you going to tell me, and this is the other thing that I think Mike leans into, he assumes that Lamar's at the peak of his superpowers. Let me remind you, including him, that Aaron Rodgers won his first MVP at 28. He won his second MVP at 31. He won his third MVP at 37 and his fourth MVP at 38. Guess who's going to win the MVP this year? A guy named Matt Stafford. He's 37 years old. Yeah. And to think, because you don't like Lamar Jackson's hair, you don't like the young kid from the hood, the city, you don't like his vibe, you know what I mean? Like you're going to basically cloak and dagger your opinion because you don't like him. You don't like what he stands for and what he's about. It doesn't jive with who you are. You're an old guy. Like, we get it. And so this is the thing. I've been around long enough to see all of this, to know all of this. And guess what? I know people on the inside, too. So I gave my opinion when I was here a week ago. I've given my opinion on every podcast that will let me have it. And I have no issue standing 10 toes down and listening to Lamar yesterday and listening to Coach Harbaugh. I'm only more emboldened to think what I think, which I already knew. So to those of you that are out there that are rubbed wrong by this and find this very opportunistic, I'm with you. And it pisses me off. You know why? Because you want to run a kid out of here that is the pride and joy of the city. When I talk to young kids and I go to hospitals, I go to high schools, I go to elementary schools, I still live here. I'm a motivational speaker, right? Yeah. I'm a consultant too. Like I do all these different things. Nobody makes people smile more and feel more proud of this community than Lamar Jackson.
And the way the kids look at him.
And you want to run him out of here because you think he doesn't do things the way that you want him to. Well, guess what? He doesn't do things the way anybody wants him to. He is an introvert. He is a one of one. He is special. He does not get in trouble. He literally went on air yesterday in his media availability time and said, this idea of me falling asleep in meetings, like, are you silly? And this is the thing. Lamar did it in a very classy way. He's not going to pound the table and yell. I'll do it for him, though. If you had a chance to look at that video, and he was so insulted. You know what I mean? Like the way, like he's like, you think Coach Harbaugh is going to let me fall asleep in his meetings? Like, do you think that's something I can get away with? I'm the leader of this team. So anyway, I just want to put that to bed. Hopefully we don't have to hear any more of this nonsense. I'm sure he'll do it again. He'll probably do it to somebody else, but not today.
Let me ask you this, though, and then we're going to go to a break. The Ravens are very good about controlling the message. That goes back to when Kevin Byrne was there. They're really strong on message control. How much do you think Lamar's comments yesterday had to do with that column last week?
Oh, it had everything to do with the column.
How much do you think they rehearsed him?
Well, I don't think they rehearsed it at all because those questions kind of came from what seemed to me. I'm sure the people in the room that day knew the questions they were going to ask.
Right.
But I don't think necessarily that Lamar went sidebar and said, "Hey, make sure you ask me this." That's just not who he is.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Lamar doesn't plan like that. And watching him answer the questions, it felt very organic to me. But I just think that the media hadn't had a chance to question him about it yet because there just wasn't an opportunity. You know, we had the Green Bay game, which everybody was focused on. Lamar was hurt, so he wasn't available.
Right.
He had been doing rehab and getting ready. He finally's out there on a Wednesday getting, full practice schedule in, a full week of practice in, and so he was free and able to ask. And let me just add this last piece, and this is the other thing that I think rubbed me really wrong. I was here with you, and I mentioned the point that Mike Preston said that Lamar tapped out. Mike Preston was on here last week in studio, probably sitting in this chair or in this room, and literally looked these guys in the eye and said that he didn't say that. Oh, I got the receipts. Yeah, you did. Now, did Jerry kind of like hook, line, and sink it for you and you bid on it? Absolutely, he did. Jerry asked the question, did Lamar tap out in the Bears game? And Mike Preston said, yes, Lamar tapped out. Kai called in last week. And it was with, I believe, with Jeremy and Rob Long. And Mike basically took him to task to say, prove it. Oh, we proved it. I mean, anybody can go to Jerry Sandusky's, not Jerry Sandusky, sorry, Jerry Coleman. I think if I said Jerry Sandusky, I meant Jerry Coleman. Anybody can go to Jerry Coleman's podcast and pull up that podcast from the week of the Bears game and hear Mike Preston say it. Mike Preston outwardly lied on air. Come on, man. Like, this is the thing. Nobody's above reproach. Just take the L, say, hey, yeah, I did say that. My bad. And this is why I said it. But to sit here and act like, prove it, get the receipt, there was just an arrogance there that really rubbed me wrong. And I love Kai. Kai calls in all the time. He's a great fan of the Ravens. He's a great fan of the Fan. Yeah. I don't know why you would talk to somebody that way, especially when the receipts are out there. Like, you can't erase. Well, the internet is undefeated. You know what I mean? So anyway, hopefully this will be the end of that, You
may have missed your calling. You should have been a lawyer.
Look,
you just made the most solid case.
Man, the problem is I just don't care about what Mike Preston thinks. I don't care about his feelings. I'm a former player. I've been on the other end of his critiques, and my teammates have been on the other end of his critiques. The organization has been on the other end of these critiques. These are his opinions. He thinks that he's earned the right, which he may or may have, I don't really care either way, to make these opinions and to float these ideas as if they've been given to him by somebody internally. No, nobody internally is given these ideas. These are his ideas. And to cover them and cloak them as if he has sources and make it seem like somebody in Baltimore wants to trade Lamar or thinks that Lamar's lazy or thinks that Lamar doesn't have great work ethic is nonsensical. These are Mike Preston's ideas. These are not coming from inside the building. They're coming from outside the building.
Okay. 410-583-1057. What do you think about what Femi just had to say? I'd love to hear from you. 410-583-1057.
A friendly reminder from 105.7 The Fan. If you choose to drive high or drunk, you've become a weapon, and now the rest of us have to worry about you. Look, a crash only takes a few seconds, but the consequences, a lifetime. The Fan reminds you to stay safe this holiday season.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football season for the all-new Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with our personal pitcher specials. $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value, only at the Green Turtle.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
If the billboard said, I want to buy your house for less than it's really worth, who would take that offer? If the text and email said, I'll buy your home for 70% of what you could sell it for, who would be interested? Most of those cash offers just aren't worth it. Instead, you should speak with my buddy Lee Tessier of VXP Realty. Unlike those offers, Lee's honest. He makes a cash offer too, but he's willing to do what so many others aren't. Make your offer for your home's fair market value. Taking one of those cash offers comes with a lot of convenience. You can sell your home as is or move on a timeline that works for you. Lee makes home selling just as easy and stress-free, but he'll actually pay you what your home is worth. If you want to see what the other companies will offer, go for it. Give Lee a chance to beat the other cash offers. Since his is for fair market value, I'm confident that he will. Call the old agent I qualified to sell my home. That man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, I'll just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Bruce Cunningham Show on a holiday edition. Want to remind everybody, my regular show airs tomorrow, noon to 2. This is just some fun we're doing. Obafemi Ayombadejo in studio with me. And it's not like you took a warm-up lap.
Nah, I just jumped in the deep end.
We got straight into it. Well, I said that you're here, and I opened the phones, and guess what? There's smoke coming off of these phones.
Let's go. Hey, I'm here for it.
Tony and Rosedale, you're up first with Femi. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing all right.
What's up, Tony?
Yeah, to both of you. Yeah, I was sitting back thinking about this Lamar Mike Preston situation, and I remember, and I'm gonna say his name. I mean, it's no big deal. It was Stan the Fan and Eddie Murray. Stan the Fan said that Eddie needed contact lenses and wouldn't die for balls. Turned everybody against Eddie, and Eddie got out of here. It was a bad situation. Oreos couldn't replace the guy, really never, but I just hope it doesn't turn into that.
Me too.
But I know one thing. If the guy want to play video games at night, I'd rather him doing that than out here beating on somebody or getting himself in the police blog or whatever.
That's the thing about Lamar, Tony. If you want to be fair about it, Femi, there's no DUIs. There's no domestic disturbances.
It's petty. Hey, Tony, let me tell you this. I don't know if you got to see Lamar's interview post-practice yesterday. He basically scoffed at the idea that he's up late playing video games. He's like, even during the summer, I'm not up playing video games at 1 or 2 a.m. Lamar completely, categorically dismissed the whole story. And I have no reason not to trust Lamar. I have no reason not to believe anything that Lamar says. I'm going to take Lamar's word about himself over a columnist's word about Lamar, especially when I know that columnist does not have sources inside that building giving him information. And Lamar was asked, Lamar, do you want to be here? He said, absolutely, 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 absolutely. He said it 4 times. He has no desire to be in Miami playing. That was also made up. So we can do this all day. I'm just a believer that, like, if you're going to speak on somebody's thoughts, activities, behavior, you better quote them. You better get some inside information from them, and that wasn't done either. So I'm gonna take the person's word in question all day, every day until I have a reason not to.
Right. On to the game real quick before I let you guys go. Bruce, I remember when this Steelers-Ravens rivalry started.
Oh, yeah.
And you might pick out, it was Eric Green balking at the Pittsburgh sideline after they had cut him, and we beat him in the rain. We weren't very good, but you remember that situation when he yelled at Bill Cowher?
Yeah.
It started the rivalry, and it's been going. But if the Ravens cannot beat this team that's depleted, they don't deserve to go to no playoffs or think they had a good season.
I agree.
I mean, it just comes down to that. We should win the game, and I'm picking a score of 30-7. But be mindful. Be mindful. In this rivalry, we've seen a good Ravens team lose to Charlie Batch, and we've seen a real good Pittsburgh team lose to Ron Mallett when stuff counted. So anything can happen. But I look for the Ravens, and people keep saying, well, Pittsburgh didn't do this because Cleveland got a great defense. The week before that game last week, that Cleveland defense gave up 30 points to Tennessee. So like I said, the Ravens should win this game easily, and you guys have a good.
All right, Tony. Thanks. Easily is not a word I'm going to use.
I love his energy and I love his optimism, but I think that we can agree on this. What Lamar does by being available is he forces Pittsburgh to cover every blade of grass on the field. Right,
exactly.
And that's where I think that Tyler forces them to cover 70% of the grass on the field. And I think Tyler's capable. I really do. But Lamar unlocks a level of the field, and there's a counterpunch to Lamar to go over the top. If he takes care of the football, those passing and throwing lanes on deep digs and nines and post routes, they're going to be available at some point. And I heard something that you said earlier, Bruce. You're not going to be able to run the Green Bay game plan against Pittsburgh and think it's going to end up the same way.
So.
It's not going to happen. What I think could happen is similar to what happened when they came here. The Ravens ran for over 200 yards. It was Keaton Mitchell. I think he had 70-something yards. I think Lamar had 40, and I think Derek had 93.
Something like that.
That same thing can happen. And if you take care of the football and you stop them on third down, there's no DK Metcalf to go over the top. I don't know if Austin's going to be available or not. It doesn't matter if TJ plays, in my opinion. Because I think what they learned is that when we run these inside and outside zones away from him, you cannot leave him unblocked. He will run down the line of scrimmage, and he will make a tackle in the backfield. Highsmith will run down the line of scrimmage, and he will make the tackle in the backfield. There has to be a back, meaning Ricard, or a tight end on the backside to cut off the defensive end coming down the line of scrimmage. If you do that, I'm excited about what the run game can look like, and I'm excited about what Lamar can do with play action under center.
I'm just excited, period. Let's go to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, are you excited?
Absolutely, Bruce. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks for taking me.
Sure.
Sammy, man, I really appreciate your take on this, especially with those receipts. And I really hope Kai was listening to that, because a lot of the fans do call in. There was some fair criticism about Lamar in these early days, and that's what they were. They were just a couple fair criticisms, but Mike Preston's article completely blew it over the top. And I actually called in and told him that Fox taking it, ESPN taking it and running with it just changed the whole narrative about him, and he absolutely did not deserve it.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. And by the way, everybody deserves a critique, and everyone should get one. What do you think are the fair criticisms that he did get that you agree with? I'm probably going to agree with them too. What are the ones that you agreed with?
I thought there was just a couple, and I can't remember the exact games, but there were a couple games where he was definitely missing a few. His secondary and third reads were definitely off.
Fair enough. Yep, I agree with that.
He was going through his first read, and when he wasn't getting it, he was getting frustrated. I think there was even a game where he just threw his helmet out of frustration across the sideline. And to me, that showed a little bit. Was he not preparing for the game? Was he not taking it as seriously as he could have? Where is all that coming from for me?
I think that you can prepare.
Thanks for the call, Chris.
Yeah, I think you can prepare 100% and still make mistakes. So I'll push back there. I'm never going to lean into the idea that Lamar's not prepared. I'm not going to lean into the idea that any of these athletes are not prepared until I hear otherwise. Because you can be the most prepared athlete in the world and go out there and make mistakes and throw 3 or 4 picks. Like it's a bad day sometimes, you know. And let's be honest too. When you think about the kinetic chain, when I'm talking about Lamar's body from his ankles up to through his hips and his throwing motion, when you're beat up, you know how hard it is to throw accurately? Yeah. So it's really hard to do. And I think that's another thing that people don't give Lamar credit for is his toughness. You know, he gets graded on a completely different curve than every NFL player. Joe Burrow has missed triple the amount of games that Lamar has, and nobody questions his toughness. You have other quarterbacks, and let's go back 8 years. Lamar's been available, I think, for about 85% of his games. That's a great number. Yeah. You know what I mean? So
just late in the season, he tends to miss games.
It's only happened 3 times.
I know.
And this is the 3rd time. And the thing is, he's missed 4 games this year.
Yeah.
But the injuries he had have been validated injuries. It doesn't matter who it was. Like they happened in 2022, I believe, and 2021.
What drives me crazy is that people, A, might suggest he quit, or B, he's not tough. The back injury is the 5th 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 injury that he's trying to grind through. Okay, 4 of them are below the waist, which is bad enough. Now he's got a back on top of that. How in the world can you look at a player trying to grind through 5 injuries and say he's not tough or that he quit? It's the opposite what he's showing you.
I think that the issue is that Lamar doesn't have an entourage, an agent, a quarterback coach, a PR person out there creating the narrative, going backdoor to Fox and ESPN and saying, hey, let me tell you a little bit about this, and here's this puff piece for Lamar.
Because that's how the information gets out.
That's how it happens. That's how it always happens. Look, let me say this. I can't speak for every quarterback, but a lot of these athletes, not just football related, have these PR machines systems and these teams behind them that are out there to make sure that they are pristine in every way. Lamar doesn't play any of those games. No. And it almost becomes a detriment because there's no one out there to really defend him. And Coach Harbaugh doesn't make it his job to do a whole lot of talking about things that are probably beneath him or that are not related to his team improvement. But he took it upon himself to speak about Lamar specifically and to let people know, because he's hearing it too, like, guys, this is a tough dude. His injury is serious. Take it seriously. If he can play, he will play. Don't question the man's toughness. If he's unavailable for a reason. You know what I mean? So just this idea that he doesn't want to play or that he wants to be somewhere else or that he's protesting because of the O-line or this, that, and the other, it's just nonsensical. It's just made up.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. 410-583-1057. Don't call now because every single line we got is jammed. When somebody gets off, you can get on. That's how it works. We're going to stay on the phones with Femi up until noon. So stick around, everybody.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Happy New Year, and thank you, Baltimore. When I started Amazing Heating and Air, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to start the best darn plumbing, heating, and air company in the city. But I had no idea if customers would respond. After all, I was going up against some really big plumbing, heating, and air conditioning companies, many of whom are now really well funded through private equity. But so many of you have made Amazing your go-to for plumbing, heating, and air service that we've grown quite a bit over the years. So it's only fitting that I say thank you. And I'm doing that with a gift. I'm giving away 2 years of our Comfort Club membership with any new system purchase between now and the end of Martin Luther King Day. So while I hope you have an amazing new year and that you don't need us this season, if you do, my thank you gifts are waiting for you at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's the new year and time to treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. While the Costas family's opened a second location this past year at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the Grandstand. It still features favorites from the original Costas Inn and tons of TVs with live sports. So stop in and check it out. They're open for lunch and dinner daily. Make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you. And Happy New Year from the Costas Inn family.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to a live broadcast and watch party with 105.7 The Fan this Sunday starting at 5 p.m. Watch the game on our gigantic 12-foot screen and enjoy food and drink specials all night long. Visit Barrel House Live for more info.
The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Bruce Cunningham Show, the day after New Year's Day. I almost said the day after January. That doesn't make any sense. Cordell and Ben will be in after now. We've got Obafemi Ayambadejo in studio with us. And before we go back to the phones, as quickly as we can, these college football players have been great. I think there's a reckoning coming. I don't know that this whole system they have now is sustainable. What do you think?
I think they're moving in the right direction. I know that some of the people that are used to the old ways aren't as comfortable with it, but I love it. You know, this benefits the athlete, and I'm always in favor of more opportunity, not less, no matter how difficult it is. And sometimes the pendulum swings a little too far in reaction to things being incorrect for a long period of time. But I love these games. I want more of them.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the portal. If players want to leave, great. If coaches want to leave, great. Like now, at least the coaches and the players are more on equal footing. But I'm a big fan of capitalism. I'm a big fan of the opportunity. So I say we keep it going and we just keep improving and just keep turning the screws. And I know some people are uncomfortable, but I'm okay with that too.
And we agree, expand it.
Yeah, I agree with expanding it. The people that don't want to, I just don't understand. Just hey, if you don't want to expand it, then just start watching when you're ready. Then you know what I mean.
These kids aren't going to class anymore anyway. It's not like they're missing class, you know?
Well, I think that with the rise of technology and the different resources, kids are still getting in the classroom work that they need. But I don't want to go down the academic versus athlete role, but yeah.
Let's get back to the phones. Tyrone in Baltimore, you're on with Femi. What's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Femi, it's good to hear you, Bruce. Good always. Look, that article that Preston wrote, it was written from such a level of or perspective of I have no information, so I just want to make some noise. And as the old saying, empty barrels make the most noise. And the fact that he came out in a podcast and said, I don't really talk to anybody, any of the players, the coaches. Well, where are you getting this from? And the proof is in the pudding that Lamar has. And you tell me, Femi, you can't improve at anything you do and be lazy about it. You've got to put in the work, whether you're a quarterback or a plumber. You've got to put in the work.
I think you're making the point that I made earlier, right?
Thanks for the call, Tyrone.
The idea that Lamar, we know where he was as a thrower of the football and recognizer and audibler in regard to defenses. And you've seen what he's become, right? He's become as good as anybody. How can you call someone lazy and then you watch what they've become? It's just not possible. Now, look, to be nuanced, and I'm going to do something that it's probably going to shock people, to defend Mike Preston in this one instance, is that maybe what he's trying to say is he just wants him to be here more. Do the work here with your teammates. Look, I can't argue with that. But OTAs are voluntary for a reason. But to say that he is not committed or that he's lazy or these different things, you can't achieve the things that Lamar has achieved by being non-committal or lazy. They just don't go together. They're incongruent.
Let's go up to Dover, talk to Don. Don, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just wanted to say that last segment, Bruce, I totally agree. Femi should totally be a lawyer because I actually heard that segment from 105.7 The Fan or the Big Bad Morning Show. And just for, information, I'm a Commanders fan, relocated. And but when I heard Mike Preston deny what that fan Kai was calling about, it rubbed me wrong, just as an unbiased individual trying to assess a situation. And then when Jaime came on and said today what he did, I just totally am now 100% on. Yeah, I understand exactly what's going on in a sense, and it makes a total sense. But one thing I do want to throw out. I do think that with the division on the line, if the Steelers win and then lose in the playoffs, I think Tomlin's gone. I think if the Ravens win, then this week Harbaugh stays. But I think Harbaugh's gone if he loses. I think Tomlin, if he loses, stays. But if he wins and then loses, he's gone. What do you think?
Thanks, Don.
Yeah, a lot of decision trees right there. Hey, look, I think there's some wisdom to what you're saying for sure. And once again, let me preface this. This is my opinion. These are Femi's thoughts. I think change is coming. Short of an AFC championship appearance, I think change is coming. I don't know at what level. I don't know if it's beneath Coach Harbaugh. I don't know if it's the Coach Harbaugh level. I have no idea. And to be honest, right now, I do not care. What I care about is this community and rallying around this team this week, giving all my positive vibes to make sure they go to Pittsburgh and win this game. It's no secret. People know that my brother played for Coach Harbaugh for 5 years. I was an intern under Coach Harbaugh. I have great respect and appreciation for Ozzie, and Steve Bisciotti and I have a relationship. I have great affection for Dick Cass. He was a mentor of mine.
Yeah, I like Dick too.
Sashi Brown and I have spoken together. We've been on panels together. I love Sashi as well. Yes, I bleed purple, but I will tell you the truth. And if I don't have information, I'm not going to tell you something that I don't know. I'll always be honest with you about that. The future is uncertain. It's a bit opaque, but I think that clarity comes with performance, and performance is coming this weekend. And if they win, hopefully they get a home game against Houston and they win that game, then who knows what goes. We see what happens from there. But we already see where I'm going with it, Bruce. Yeah.
Two things about that. Number one, there is no home field advantage this year. I think they're 3-5. Number two, they will get a home game.
Yeah.
Because they'll be a divisional champion.
It looks like Houston right now.
Now they'll play at 12:30 Eastern or something, but still, that they will.
This is what I think, Bruce. If the Ravens get in and they have a game, it's going to be prime time. It's going to be prime time. Look, they've had 7 primetime games now, and 4 of them have been flexed, right? It's because even with the record being 8-8, it is must-see TV because Lamar Jackson is one of the most polarizing players in the league. He is at his best, the most talented when he's at his best player in the league. And Coach Harbaugh's time and tenure is in question. There's just a lot of. Derrick Henry's a Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on here.
The other thing about prime time, though, is that when you got a game in prime time, the networks are interested in getting maybe non-fans to watch. And Lamar is the kind of guy that a non-fan will set down his drink and watch for a little while. And that's the key to all these primetime games. Let's go to Gary in Baltimore. Gary, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, Bruce?
All right.
Your show is fantastic. I'm a recent resident now of Baltimore. I'm from Philly. I'm 64 years old. I'm getting married next year, and that's why I moved down to Baltimore. That all said, I bleed green. Femi, by the way, you got my vote as in governor, mayor, whatever.
Hey, I really appreciate that. If I start to run, I'll bring you in to help me with my campaign. How about that?
Well, I'll tell you what, your opinion is spot on. I'm an ex-athlete, but I didn't make it to a high level. But when it comes to playing ball, it's what your teammates matter, what your coaches matter. Who cares? I don't really care about what the media says. Lamar, I'm going to be honest with you, I would take him in a wheelchair.
I hear
I'm
you.
64, and I bleed green. And the guy just does not, from the outside in, does not get enough credit. And to call him lazy, what are you kidding me? 5 injuries the guy's had this year and still tries to walk on the field and do what he does.
And gets no credit for it.
None.
That's crazy.
And I understand the fan base because Philly, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh are very similar.
You're not wrong about that.
We're educated, but we're brutal.
All right, Gary, thanks for the call.
Thanks, Gary.
The line about Philadelphia fans that I always loved, if you want to make a Philadelphia fan mad, don't say something bad about their team. Say something nice
good,
about their team. Then you'll have a
I
fight.
can see that.
Brandon in Baltimore, you're on with Femi. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Bruce, you're the OG of Baltimore Sports Talk. I appreciate being on with you, Femi, Super Bowl champion, very learned and educated man. Thank y'all. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, B. Appreciate you, bro.
For sure. A couple of points. If Lamar was really doing all these things that Mike Preston said, why would he be the one that wanted the games out of the locker room earlier this year? You all don't think that if he was the main reason why they got the games out of the locker room because he felt the team was too distracted, that the teammates and Harbaugh wouldn't hold him accountable for being asleep in meetings and not preparing properly? You can't lead that way. He wouldn't be the one to say get the games out the locker room if he was sleeping in meetings. So I hope we all just use more common sense and understand we have a gift in Lamar, and we've had a lot of success on the back of Lamar. And the whole reason why Mike probably posted this now is because we're losing. We were mediocre this year. That's what our record indicates. But just in terms of that, I ride with 8. He's always going to be our quarterback. As long as he wants to be here, I want him here. And hopefully we protect him and build a better interior O-line. around him.
All right, man.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, Brandon, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Hey, Bruce, real quick, just to add this thing about the offensive line.
Yeah.
I would prefer, if you put me in a binary decision and you say, hey, you can have a bunch of Pro Bowl skill players or you can have a bunch of Pro Bowl linemen. I'm going to take a Pro Bowl lineman all day long because I've seen Lamar Jackson win an MVP with a bunch of Pro Bowl linemen.
Yes.
Like Lamar, if you protect Lamar, what do you think he can do with zone read? What do you think he can do with the quick passing game? Yeah. He can do all the things if you take care of him. I'll take Pro Bowl offensive linemen, and once again, this is a theoretical conversation, over Pro Bowl skill players all day long because I've seen Lamar drive that vehicle already, and I don't even know what that looks like. We had a number 1 seed running that recipe. You know what I mean? Yeah. The other thing that I'll say that Brandon, and it was astute on his part, and I didn't touch on this yet, is that remember when the whole game thing came up and who took it out? All the media thought it was Coach Harbaugh. All the media did. It only took one person to say, hey, who took the stuff out of the players' locker room? Who's the person who did it? Marlon Humphrey said it on his podcast. Somebody asked him. He said, it was a guy, probably the best player on the team, Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson was the one. Nobody in the media thought Lamar Jackson was the one that did that. And they thought it was going to create this big rift between the players. And that's an old school approach. The players are policing themselves. People don't understand how much players put into making sure that we hold each other accountable. Just because you don't see it and you don't know it, there are things that we know that we do wrong in film review that you all will never see nor ever comment on. But we know, and we're always trying to improve and to get better. So believe it. Like, just because the answers aren't the answers that people want, or it's not obvious, right? So
there you go. Let's take one more before we go to break. Jake in West Baltimore. Jake, what's up?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing all right.
How you this morning? Good. Femi, I enjoyed your perspective this morning, bro. I so appreciate that. Listen, man. First, let me commend the host of this show. My first time listening to you. Thank you for allowing people to share their opinion without shutting them down. Thank you, man. I'm going to be looking for more of your shows. I'm going to find out what time you're on because I want to tune in.
Well, I've been on 30 years around here, so, I shouldn't be that hard to find.
Don't worry, but you got a new fan, bro. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. All right. I want to say this about Mike Preston, man. And Marcus Spears, the way he spoke with fire Sunday night, man, the way he came out publicly and rebuked the country for everything that's been said about Lamar, I certainly appreciate Marcus Spears for going publicly and saying what he said. What Mike Preston did was vicious. And the reason I say that is because anyone that follows sports media, sports talk, most of the national media, they was talking about what Mike Preston wrote. So their perspective was based on what Mike said. So what Mike wrote about Lamar playing video games late at night, not being prepared, and then he also said because he lied on the morning show, which I do listen to, he lied and nobody checked him. He said, I didn't say that. That's not true because you said you spoke with people that was close to the organization who gave you this information. So I'll leave you with this.
All right, Jake.
Because I'm going to the game Sunday, and that's going to determine to me if, in fact, we're going to win the Super Bowl. So when we win the Super Bowl, I want Mike Preston to keep that same energy and don't say nothing good about Lamar. Thank y'all, man. Have a good day.
Jake, thanks for the call. Jake,
Mic drop.
All right, we got one more segment. We're going to get to as many of you as we can. Stick around.
Hey,
thanks for listening. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, hockey fans. Now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's hat trick jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime score bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards or bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please play responsibly in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to join us this Sunday, January 4th for Purple Party number 4. This one you do not want to miss. We've got 105.7 The Fan kicking off their live pregame show broadcast starting at 5 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Have you seen our new amazing concert hall and its upgrades? Well, you probably should. We'll have food and drink specials all night long, so make your reservations now and watch the big game on our massive 12-foot screen and other remote TVs. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for all the details.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Bruce Cunningham Show on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Bruce Cunningham Show. Day after New Year's. Real quick, a story, Femi. This is Tighten Up, Archie Bell and the Drills. Archie's younger brother, Ricky Bell, NFL running back.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, I do remember Ricky
Remember,
Bell,
he died young. He had a blood disease or something.
No, I did not know that.
But that's his older brother.
Oh, wow.
And they recorded this song and forgot about it, and he got drafted. So he's over in Vietnam in the jungle with his crew, and they got Armed Forces radio on, and here comes his song. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
410-583-1057. Mark in Parkville, what's going on?
There we go. Bruce and Femi, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir. What's up, Mark? What's happening, brother?
Hey, I appreciate it. Just need Cordell in there. We'd have the perfect.
Hey, I'm looking at
trifecta.
Cordell right now.
He's waving.
I was just telling Scott that me and Cordell would do some damage together. Like I'm gonna make that happen. I'm making it happen.
Let's
Watch.
make it happen.
Yes, sir.
New year, new group.
Yep.
I've been just along the Ravens. I've been a diehard Raven fan since I was 5 years old, 1996. I'm going up to the game in Pittsburgh. I'm going with a buddy, and just bringing good energy toward the team. Obviously on Purple Friday. I think, Sebby, you were talking between Snoop Huntley and Lamar and mentioning, covering the field. With Lamar, you need full field, Snoop a little bit less. And I just wanted to kind of make a point out. Obviously, we diehard fans, I think, love and respect Lamar and don't have too much hesitation in his future, hopefully. But I think Snoop, first of all, is the MVP of the season if we win in Pittsburgh. But his performance in Green Bay, I think, should not go unnoticed for the average fan. And really, what I think is going to be the X factor for this Sunday night's game is really going to be in Lamar's legs. And we've seen since he's come back from injury that he's been a little bit banged up, maybe a little, less mobile in the pocket and hasn't used his legs as much to avoid sacks, or maybe it's been a little bit more reactive than proactive with his legs. I looked at some stats as I was on hold. Since week 9, since he came back from injury, there's only been one game where Lamar's rushed for over 40 yards. And ironically, that was in week 14 against the Steelers. Yep, against the Steelers. I think he had a touchdown also. Yep. So I am really approaching this game this weekend as Lamar's legs being the true X factor. Snoop put up a great stat line in Green Bay with his legs. I think it was 8 rushes for 60 yards. Yeah. If we have Lamar doing that, I think we're in good shape. I'd love to get your all thoughts.
All right, Mark, thank you.
you.
See, that's what separates it right there. That's the one thing Snoop did last week that I clearly thought Lamar can't do right now. When those passing lanes opened up, Snoop was able to use his legs and get downfield. It's not a knock on Lamar, but I don't think he's healthy enough to make that play right now.
No, I think he is. I mean, we just talked about the Pittsburgh game. He rushed for 40 yards in that game, and he threw for 220 yards in that game, and he had a touchdown taken away that was a touchdown, and he threw an interception. So, I think that Lamar can definitely take advantage of his legs, and I just think that Coach Monken needs to say, look, like, there is no tomorrow. Like, we got to call QB draw. We may have to call QB power. We have to run zone read. We have to have the full run game at our disposal with all our runners. And I just don't think Coach Monken, to save Lamar, which I think is kind of smart, has put Lamar in those positions where he has called the zone read plays just to protect him. And look, he was having a great game against New England before he got hurt. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, so he got hurt. Guess what he got hurt doing? Taking off and running, right? And now, look, I'm not saying that with the idea that he shouldn't take off and run. He absolutely needs to take off and run.
Part of his game.
And if there's one thing he's going to take away from Snoop's game, the decisiveness that Snoop ran with when he decided to run is the one thing that Lamar can say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that. Like, we need this. This is what we're going to need to win this game. And if he does that, hey, and you take care of the football, I'm not going to say anything else. You already know what I'm thinking, but yeah.
Dude, all right, I want to ask you this before we get out of here. As a former player, everything's on the line Saturday night. It's your arch rival. You got a playoff spot. All of this. You're the visiting team. This seems to be exactly what a professional athlete just craves.
Yeah, I think there's a simplicity and a you part of you thinks it's more pressure, but there's actually less because there's nothing else to think about.
Right.
There's nothing else to worry about. There's no tomorrow. There's no next week. There's no none of it matters. You know what I mean? You win and you're in and you start from 0-0. And that's the best thing in the world. And if you lose, you're going home. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff that's probably going to happen, right? Yeah. So the best thing you can do is say, let me just focus on today and my job and this task at hand. Let's make sure we secure the ball going into the end zone. No fumbles, right? Get down if you need to. Be decisive about getting out of bounds, right? Let's communicate. Let's do all the little things to make sure that we put ourselves in the best position to win. And that's the way that you approach the game.
As a former player, how tough is it to play in Pittsburgh?
I wouldn't say that it's tough to play in Pittsburgh. I would say that there's a level of focus that's required that is a bit tuned up, and there's an energy and a vibe in the building that's against you, which I kind of enjoy. Pittsburgh is just a difficult opponent because they know us so well, and I'm sure they would say the same thing. But I don't think there's any Raven that has experience playing in Pittsburgh that's going to say, oh, it's difficult to play here necessarily. Pittsburgh is just difficult because they're difficult. You know what I mean? Whether we play them at home or whether we play them there. It's a rivalry. There's no secrets. Everybody knows everybody's business. And knowing that, what are you going to do about it? Like, that's what it comes down to. You know what I mean?
Now, I don't know if you've seen it, but I have. Going into the stadium on the bus, have you seen the 3-year-olds flipping the bird? That's Pittsburgh to me.
Yeah, I mean, I've had batteries thrown at me. I've had drinks thrown at me, in different places, in different venues. I played in the Black Hole in the old days with the Raiders in Oakland. Like, I've kind of seen it all. I enjoy. You know what's funny is I consider myself, I'm a Star Wars fan, but if I'm going to side with anybody, I'm siding with the Jedi, not the Sith, right? I'm of the light, right? But I know that from the other end of it, they see me as the Sith. Like, I am okay with that. And every once in a while, it's kind of fun to have a red lightsaber and go in there and not give a you-know-what and slice people down. It's fun sometimes. And sometimes that's who you have to become to win, then become that.
Hey,
be that.
What are we going to do all day Sunday waiting for this damn game?
Man, I'm sweating just thinking about it. Can you tell?
Yeah.
You see, I have no coffee today, right? Like, I didn't need to bring. I had no caffeine today.
No coffee necessary.
Yes.
With this game coming up. Hey, thanks for coming in.
No, hey, look, thanks for giving me the opportunity. Hey, Baltimore, I appreciate y'all calling in. I appreciate you guys appreciating the analysis. You know what I mean, and the thought process. I really care about the city. I really care about this team. And let me get this one last thing, Bruce. When I go and consult and I go into different organizations, I talk about leadership. And there's five traits that all great leaders have. And it doesn't matter if you're a stay-at-home parent or if you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. 1, all great leaders are authentic. 2, they're optimistic and positive. 3, they have high character. 4, they're humble, and 5, they're graceful. Every good leader displays these things, and when they don't display those things, they're self-aware enough to apologize and to correct their mistake and go back and say, "This is who I was today, but this is who I ultimately want to be." The idea here is that your attempt at perfection brings you closer to it, but nobody is perfect, right? It's the attempt of it, right? Yeah. And I think these traits, no matter if you're playing quarterback in the NFL or if, like I said, you're a stay-at-home parent or teacher, you can aspire to this, right? So once again, authenticity, positivity, humility, character, and grace. Those are the 5 traits of success, and they are universal and agnostic. They apply to all things.
Great stuff, Mary, as always. Hey, stay tuned. Cordell and Ben coming up next. They'll take you into the afternoon hours. I will be back on tomorrow at noon as usual. I expect you to join me then. And as I always say, Baltimore, I love you madly. Ain't nothing you can do about it. I'm Bruce. We'll talk again tomorrow. Until then, see you.
Subscribe to the Fans YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pants for the family. Yep, 50% off all pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big, only at Old Navy. Valid 1, 3, and 4. Excludes clearance, maternity, active jeans, sweatpants, knit leggings, and sleep.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is the place to go. Save now on a huge selection of Hyundais. Ask for Kevin Brammer. He's a sales director and a deal maker. You're going to have a great sales experience, and he's going to get you a phenomenal deal. Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. And Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more for your trade than CarMax. So visit jonesjunction.com to check out what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every new Hyundai comes with Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guarantee for a lifetime. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too, you can be a satisfied customer. Jones Hyundai, they're part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So pop up and see Kevin and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
When you join the Why Now, you pay no join fees and gain a real community of people who value positivity and health for all. Plus, there's no contract or add-on fees to tie you down. Just great exercise classes and equipment, pools, pickleball, game rooms, stay and play for kids, food pantries, and a welcoming community. The Why. There truly is no place like this place. Join the Why by January 13th and pay no join fee. A savings of up to $74. Go to joinwhymaryland.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you been left out in the cold by your propane company? If you're not getting the service you need, call Petro Home Services now. You can rely on your local propane pros at Petro to always be there for you, around the clock, in any weather. With a propane supply, fully stocked fleet of trucks, and the experienced technicians you need for a worry-free winter, go with Petro now and save up to $500 in propane. Visit petro.com or call 877-230-0738 today.
The magic isn't over yet. Target's clearance event is happening now with savings of up to 50%. It's the perfect time to get set for the year with great deals on clothing and shoes for the whole family, beauty faves for every style, toys that keep the fun going, and so much more. Don't miss out because these deals go fast. Score incredible savings and keep the magic going during the clearance event, now in stores, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Nah, I just want to win. I don't really care about the criticism. It's gonna be that way, especially with how the season was going and stuff like that. When you're winning, there's no noise. But as soon as, you lose or things don't look right, all type of stuff, all type of noise come out of nowhere. So it is what it is. Nah, I just want to win.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Day after New Year's. Happy New Year to everybody out there. Happy New Year, Ben and Mike. We are trying to wrap up this crazy NFL season. It's been a weird one here in Baltimore, a weird one in Pittsburgh this year, but all roads lead to Acrisure Stadium. I think that's what it's called these days.
Yeah. Still Heinz.
It's still Heinz in my mind. I don't see the ketchup bottle no more, but it's still Heinz. But they're playing for an AFC North title in this game. And look, these are two teams that I think would be the first to tell you that this year hasn't gone the way that they wanted it to, but that's, football. That Harbs is always talking about it's a week-to-week league, and it really is. But how you start doesn't have to be how you finished. It's been a weird road to get here, but somebody is going to win this division on Sunday night, and somebody's going to host a wild card game as well.
Yeah, I'd probably say right now, because it's looking like it's the Houston Texans, they're pretty excited with either matchup. Again, you'd much rather, to me, face the Steelers.
No doubt.
You don't have DK back, but you don't Rodgers or Lamar.
That's not scaring Derek Stingley or any of them.
Right. No, it's going to be super exciting. Weeks ago when we were talking, everybody kept mentioning Week 18, and it was kind of like a joke, like, that could end up being, for the playoffs. The NFL got exactly what they wanted. This is perfect. They put it on Sunday night, the final game of the week, because they know that will force people to watch the 4 p.m. kick and stay up for the late one. It'll be a very exciting game, and we know all of the history of the Ravens in Pittsburgh. Feels like every single one of those games goes way down to the finish. It's going to be the final few minutes of the game. There's going to be a turnover on some side. There's going to be a big defensive play, and at some point, it probably will come down to a field goal. Hopefully Tyler Loop, if he has to kick one in the clutch, because again, that's something we have not seen this year and have had to come on Week 18. Hopefully he can put it through the uprights.
And we'll talk a lot about this game, of course, throughout today's show for the next 3 hours. We are here until 3 p.m. But we did play the cut coming in from Lamar. We got to talk to Lamar at the podium yesterday, and of course, there was a lot of things to get to with him. His health, his status for Sunday night, and obviously the column that came out of the Baltimore Sun last week from Mike Preston that really set the sports world on fire. And look, to Lamar's credit, he answered everything. There wasn't much if any, dodging of any questions or anything that was brought up from the article or from whatever rumblings have been going on surrounding him. And everybody has their feelings towards it. Like, and I've said mine. This is, and Lamar said it, this is kind of what happens when you're having a down year, when the year isn't going with the way that you want it to. These types of stories are going to come out. And I think in the case of Lamar now, unfortunately for him, I think he has this story kind of snake bites him in the sense of it's old news. You know, I think that's, if you've been in this area, if you've been around the team for the last couple of years, you've heard some of the things that were in that article. It really was breaking news to some of us. But like I said, I think it's dated. Is Lamar falling asleep in meetings this year? To my knowledge, no. Has he at some point in his 8-year career? I believe he has. But I'm not going to sit here and question the two-time MVP's work ethic, especially considering how much his game has grown from rookie year to now. I mean, find me another player in the NFL who has developed the way that Lamar Jackson has. I mean, I don't think you can. This dude is an elite passer of the ball, but he is covered differently than everybody else. And I think in large part due to be honest, him just not really giving a bleep. He doesn't care enough to address this stuff most of the time. And he has nobody that he is filtering information through to get his side of the story out. So when people don't hear your side, they start to make up their own situations. And in this case, if he's not able to defend himself, people are going to take the story and run with it. But look, do I think he's going to get traded? Absolutely not. Like I think that's opinion. I think that's Mike's opinion. I don't even think he said he was told that the Ravens are going to trade Lamar. I think that's his opinion and that's his right. But I guess that would be my issue is it seems like a lot of that information is dated and it was presented as if it's currently going on.
Yeah, that, as you said, it's been stuff like that's trickled around for a while since I've been working here. And Lamar Jackson, as you mentioned, is talked about differently than everybody. Well, I mean, we could just get to the injuries. Joe Burrow gets hurt more than anybody. When Joe Burrow gets hurt, how tough was it that he rushed back to help get the Bengals to the playoffs even though they didn't have a shot? Well, I'm old enough to remember the Ravens being 2-6 and Lamar coming back. Because if he was faking the injury and quitting on his team like all of this stuff, why would he come back at 2-6? How many teams made the playoffs? I remember the stat. It was like barely any for going starting the year 1-6 to make the playoffs. So if Lamar was quitting or the injury was faking, he would have used a leg injury back then. He hurts his back. They turn on him again. We didn't turn on him last year when he should have won the MVP for a third time. We didn't turn on him the year before. After the playoffs, of course, people did, because for Lamar, there's a section of the fan base. They're quiet when it's going well. They're patting the team on the back, talking about their success. And as soon as things go wrong for Lamar or have some struggles, we turn on him. We start questioning his toughness. We question if he really wants to be here and all those things. And it just feels like it always comes out when the struggles happen, when the injuries happen, but it's a lot more quiet because for Lamar, there has been way more great in Baltimore than bad. We shouldn't even have to mention that because it's a fact, but all of a sudden, he's banged up this year. When other quarterbacks are banged up, Justin Herbert, a tough guy. I'm a Herbert. I respect Herbert. He has played some ugly football games, but he's hurt. The notion is he's tough. He's playing through it. Lamar struggles. This is the worst we've ever seen Lamar play. Well, we all knew coming into the year that he was a little banged up. We all knew as the year's gone on, it's been more and more. This isn't him quitting on the team. He has no reason to. There's no contract next year. He's got a $72 million cap hit. The contract's there. So the notion that he's quitting, I just can't really do it. And again, it's what some people decide to do. They turn on him every chance they get, and they're so few, but they're so loud. It's so few opportunities, I'm saying, for them to do it, but it's so loud when they do it, and it starts making people think, and the national media talking. I do love when a few of the national media people sit up and they're like, "We're not doing this."
Yeah, Marcus Spears did it the other day.
That's how that's what it should be. Because again, as I said, when last year he was throwing the football better than anybody we've ever seen, because for a portion of his career he was only a runner and he couldn't throw the football and all that thing. We know all this. It's what random people push when they want to do it. But last year we saw him have statistically one of the best passing years in the NFL. Tom Brady had struggles. Patrick Mahomes had struggles. I'm not comparing the two, but in some of those years and games, they had a defense to fall back on. All of a sudden, when Lamar can't fall back on a bad defense and he's struggling and he's dealing with injuries, the holes blow open. Like the Band-Aid. Lamar's been the Band-Aid for a lot of this team's issues, especially the offensive line. And this year it just got to a point where it was so bad, you couldn't hold them up. They need Lamar to be perfect to win. And that's why I don't rule out. Like, I think a matchup with Houston would be my pick. But I'm not ruling out a Super Bowl run because they have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and we've seen him do things like this. Denver's going to be tough. But that Denver defense last year was pretty tough, and they put up 34 points or whatever. And at that time, they were playing good football. Different. They've gotten better. They've gotten healthier. But we've seen him dominate very, very good defenses, especially when everybody's counting them out. Now, this year, they've been counted out a lot, and things haven't gone their way. But Sunday night, they're favorites. I would have liked it if they were underdogs because that would have felt more like that Christmas night 49ers game where it's like, all right, this team. And Lamar wins MVP because Brock Purdy just could not figure the defense out.
I think everything you said is absolutely true. I think in terms of like what they could do if they get in the postseason, I do think it is a benefit for them outside of the wild card because they would host a home playoff game having to go on the road because they have been good on the road this year. It can't be any worse than they have been at home, but they have been a good road team. But I'm going to kind of take it a step further with the Lamar stuff, right? Because it's like people put out what they want to put out when they want to put the stuff out. And a lot of people may sit quiet a lot of the time, such as myself. I hear things, I see things, but everything doesn't need to be said. Everything doesn't need to be put out. But what I don't like is when things are one-sided. Yeah. And it's petty. A lot of this stuff centering around Lamar is petty. If you look at the Lamar situation, are there things that he does that irritates the organization? Absolutely. I am one of the people that deem these things as petty. Example, if he's not there for voluntary workouts, there are people that get in their feelings over there. Petty. He's not holding out. He's there for everything. And I've said it on my hits in May and June when I'm on and people ask me about Lamar not being there. I say it every time. It's consistent. I don't care. This dude's a 2-time MVP. It's not like you get to the season and all of a sudden it looks like Lamar's unprepared and isn't ready to go. A lot of people talk about his turnovers this year. Most of those turnovers have been the result of the receiver not catching the ball or bouncing off their chest. I'm not saying that he hasn't thrown any bad passes. He's thrown passes that should have been picked that weren't. I think back to the one that Andrews in Cincinnati. It's happened. He hasn't been perfect. But I don't think it's a coincidence when things come out about Lamar. Let's go through the sequence of events. Anytime something comes out about Lamar, you go back to the year, 22? When they went to the playoffs with Huntley, lost in Cincinnati, you heard he's quitting on his team. And I'm not saying that the Ravens are saying that he's quitting. I want to be clear about that. I'm just saying the narratives that come out and maybe things that are said to certain people or insinuated to people to make them believe that that's what he's doing. They sometimes things can be said in a way that brings just enough doubt, that brings just enough question to make you wonder if this is happening. And that could be, he got hurt. We got it checked out. It's this. I think he could probably go, but he probably won't. that's enough to lead somebody to be like, well, sounds like he could play, but he's too, you know what I'm saying? And I think that type of wording gets put out at times when he's not doing things that they want him to do. Him and his health is a consistent hurdle between him and the organization because Lamar does move a certain way, and sometimes they are in the dark and they get frustrated. And you pay attention to what Harb says or doesn't say when Lamar's hurt and when he's asked about these things. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that sometimes Harbs doesn't even know what Lamar is going to do. He doesn't know if he's going to practice the next day. He doesn't know. Like, when they got hit with the whole full participation, like, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but considering what I do know has gone on in the past, like, anything is possible. So there's back and forth. But all that said, I think you're good luck finding any elite player in any major professional sport that doesn't have something about him that probably rubs his coach the wrong way, or something about that coach that rubs the player the wrong. Like, everybody's not going to love each other 100%, but I think there's still a good working relationship there. But the idea, the thing that has irritated me beyond just kind of, throwing stones at his reputation, calling him lazy, all that stuff. And this isn't about Mike. This is more the national media blowing this thing up to really make it seem like it's a legit chance Lamar Jackson is traded by the Ravens. First of all, he's got a no-trade clause. And everybody keeps bringing up the Dolphins. What in the world do the Dolphins have to give the Ravens for Lamar Jackson?
Tua.
Get out. And 3 first-round. They could keep their first-round picks. First of all, whatever team Lamar Jackson goes to, those first-round picks aren't great picks anymore. Second of all, there ain't a quarterback coming out in the next 2 to 3 years that makes me say, I want that guy over Lamar Jackson. I think it's all bogus, but people need something to talk about right now. And speaking of talking about, let's talk to the people. 410-583-1057. Coming up next, it's the Bird Call. We'll get it started like we always do. How are you guys feeling about the Ravens' chances on Sunday night against Pittsburgh? Will they be AFC North champs? You can talk about that. The Orioles, Shane Boz has a press conference today with the Orioles later on this afternoon. So the Orioles have been making moves. They're still in the market. Still rumors that they're in on Framber Valdez.
They better be.
So we'll talk to Andy Koska later on in the show. At 12:30, we'll go behind enemy lines and talk to Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Check in on the Steelers, see what TJ Watt's status may be for Sunday night. But we're talking to you guys next. It's the Bird Call right here on The Fan.
The new number,
Sports Radio,
is 105.7.
The Fan.
Please make a note of it.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
benefits.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50, non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month, level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. Call Term Busters for a quote, 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class, exam required to qualify. For details, call 1-800-908-7636. Paid for by Robert Livinger, insurance agent.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to join us this Sunday, January 4th for Purple Party number 4. This one you do not want to miss. We've got 105.7 The Fan kicking off their live pregame show broadcast starting at 5 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Have you seen our new amazing concert hall and its upgrades? Well, you probably should. We'll have food and drink specials all night long, so make your reservations now and watch the big game on our massive 12-foot screen and other remote TVs. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for all the details.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan and live on YouTube. You can now watch us on YouTube as well. It is the Bird Call. 410-583-1057 is the number. It's been some people on hold for a while. Let's check and see if Reggie's there. Reggie, what's going on? You're on The Fan.
Thank you. Hello, you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'll make 2 comments and I'm going to get off. First one, I really appreciate Femi the last hour. His candidness and his realness seldom heard. Who would have thought no players, current or former, even talk to Mike Preston? He said nobody talks to him. So now I know. Mike Preston, he got 15 minutes, but he's nothing. He's never been nothing but a wet blanket as far as sports reporting on the Ravens. As far before, wait for your time, Cordell. He's a wet blanket, Mr. Negative everything, and I'm glad Femi called him out. Now, second point, Lamar gonna be fresh Sunday night. He's gonna be prime Lamar. We're gonna run through Pittsburgh, and the Ravens gonna win. But I'm a little concerned about the Texans. Their defense will be a little test. But my main Cordell, I would say this: don't become a Mike Preston. Continue to go to the locker room. Continue to have players respect. Continue to be able to talk to them and report what's real to us. Mike Preston been a joke. I don't know how long. I don't know why some people even put their name behind him. And that's all I want to say. Y'all have a nice day.
Yeah, appreciate the call. I've been hearing a lot of people that think that they're going to run through Pittsburgh. And I just, on paper, I don't think there's a dispute. Well, it might be the way that they played this year, but on paper, the Ravens have more talent than Pittsburgh, especially with DK not being there. they just, and if TJ Watt doesn't play, like, they are severely handicapped. But that has not stopped them from beating the Ravens before. And I think the Ravens are going to win, but I don't think it'll be easy. Like, I'm not to the point to where I'm looking ahead to the Texans just yet.
You can't. I think they win. I agree, but every game in Pittsburgh is down to the final 5 minutes, and I said it before, there's going to be a big play. Something is going to happen. We could possibly get overtime. Remember Torrey Smith? That was always a great feeling. That was so long ago. Flacco hits him in the back of the end zone. About 20 seconds left, the flag comes down, and you see Ed Reed waiting to hear what the flag is, and then it goes the Ravens' way, and he's excited. But, like, those are the games that we always see here. And I just find it hard. Like, even last year, the playoffs, the Ravens dominated them. But I still remember that George Pickens touchdown to cut the lead. I think it was to 14, and everybody's like, oh, here we go again. Like, those are just the spots. They ultimately end up beating them without an issue. Derrick Henry was able to get off. They didn't have Derek Harmon last year. They also didn't have Derek Harmon for the first matchup. But it was also coming off of that Bills loss where they got thrashed by the same play. James Cook cutting all over them. I think they're going to win. They will be my pick. But I cannot see a situation where in the fourth quarter, especially with this team, with John Harbaugh and how things have gone, at no point in this game will I feel comfortable.
Let's get Lou in Baltimore. Lou, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I hope Bruce and Femi are still listening. Credit to Bruce for having Femi on, and credit to Femi for lighting Mike Preston on fire. Really enjoyed that. Good radio would have been bringing Mike Preston into the morning show in person with Preston in the room there. That would have been must listen to the radio. However, I got a little bit of a conspiratorial theory behind the Preston column. We know it's all regurgitated from 3 or 4 years ago. Nothing new was written. He just brought out an old column and rewrote it and put it out. But isn't it interesting that occurred right when John Harbaugh, or as I like to call him, Coach Horrible, was under assault by the national media, the local media, and the fan base for his horrific coaching during that New England game? Isn't it interesting that article came out from Preston during that time to kind of take the heat off of Harbaugh and to change the narrative? And I just want what your thoughts are on that. And that's what I got. Thanks.
Appreciate the call, Lou. I mean, timing is key. It would have been no point to put this out after a win, but I mean, timing is key. That's all I can say. I don't know what prompted Mike to put it out when he did. And to Mike's defense, at least a lot of the things that he had said multiple. I remember him saying the Ravens should think about trading Lamar on one of the pregame shows a couple weeks ago. Like, so I mean, I do think he has been putting some of this stuff out for a while, but the timing was the perfect time for everybody else to pick up on it, it seems like.
Yeah, 100%. And after it, talking about it, he said it's opinionated, but there's stuff in there that he said is fact. So, like, I don't know. It's, again, interesting timing. I fully agree with that. And he also like, right now, the Ravens on the fence, not knowing what's going on, you're going to get the most clicks then.
Oh, of course.
And I don't even know if he expected it to get to where it has. Maybe, but NFL Network in the morning, and it got everywhere.
I mean, you start talking about Lamar,
you're in a good spot with
you're striking gold. You're striking gold. Let's go to break. I know the phone lines are buzzing. I'm sure they'll be buzzing throughout the show. We're on until 3, so we'll definitely get to you guys. We'll continue to make time for you. But coming up next, we got Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We'll talk to him about this Sunday night football matchup for the AFC North title next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pants for the family. Yep, 50% off all pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big, only at Old Navy. Valid 1, 3, and 4. Excludes clearance, maternity, active, jeans, sweatpants, knit leggings, and sleep.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos. joining us now. We're going behind enemy lines right now, so watch your heads. Ray Fittipaldo joins us from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette just to talk some Ravens-Steelers matchup. I feel like, Ray, we all kind of assumed at the start of the year that this Week 18 game could be for the division title. But the way that the season has gone, I feel like that there were times throughout the year where maybe both fan bases wondered if they would play a meaningful game in this week. Are you surprised at the way that this season has gone, really, for both teams?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, especially for Baltimore. You know, the Ravens start 1-5, and I think a lot of people counted them out. But credit to John Harbaugh and, you know, the players down there for turning things around. And then if you flip it over to the Steelers, you know, there are a lot of question marks going into the season. You know, you had a 41-year-old, now 42-year-old taking over at quarterback. They brought on some other older players like Jalen Ramsey. But I got to tell you, like those, for all the issues the Steelers have had this year, Aaron Rodgers isn't one of them. Jalen Ramsey's not one of them, nor is Cam Hayward, who is the oldest player on the team. So really, this is a team that's, you know, kind of still built around the older players, kind of the way it's been here for a while now. And it's almost like it's like one last shot here. Let's see if you can make one more run at it. And Sunday night, obviously, will be the game to tell if they get there.
Now, in Pittsburgh, it feels a little different in Baltimore. There were a lot of people, of course, coming for John's job and frustrated, but they were able to sneak into a position to win Sunday night and get in the playoffs, whereas the Steelers kind of had it in their hands and drop it in Cleveland, and now you have to match up Sunday night. I know there was the booing of Renegade. Fans have been calling for Mike Tomlin's job for a while. There's been a lot of frustration, but when they went on that run, it seemed like it quieted a little bit. They were in a good spot. What are things like right now, this week, following the Cleveland loss for Steeler fans?
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. I can't figure out which team or which head coach has the most pressure on them in this game, because if you look at it from a preseason perspective, you know, the betting odds had the Ravens as a Super Bowl favorite, and, you know, the Steelers were kind of an afterthought there. You know, so there's one perspective there. Then there's the other perspective where the Steelers had a 2-game lead in the division basically 2 weeks ago, and now they're playing for their lives. So I don't know what it's like in Baltimore, but I will tell you this about what it's been like here this week. And I've been a little bit surprised. You know, I think initial disappointment in the locker room after the game on Sunday, maybe even a little bit of, you know, shock that they lost that game to the Browns. But they have been a super loose football team Wednesday and Thursday. They're going to head out to practice now in another half an hour for their final practice of the week. They are a loosey-goosey bunch. I don't know what that means in terms of their play on Sunday night, but it does seem like they have been able to put that loss to the Browns behind them somewhat, and obviously we'll see if that translates into any good vibes against the Ravens.
We're talking to Ray Fittipaldo from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, who joins us here on the Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on 105.7 The Fan. And Ray, obviously a huge blow to Pittsburgh's offense, and really their team was DK Metcalf being suspended after that situation in Detroit. And look, this has been, I think, a sporadic passing game, especially when you talk about the vertical passing game. At times it's been sporadic, but obviously I think it was DK Metcalf was greatly missed in Cleveland. How do you expect that to impact this game Sunday night, especially considering DK Metcalf gave the Ravens all they could handle in that first matchup?
Yeah, I mean, DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers basically won that game, and you can make an argument they won it on the first play because the Ravens had an uphill battle pretty much from that point on. Listen, it's not going to be easy, but I'll give you a couple of scenarios where the passing game could be better against the Ravens than it was against the Browns. Obviously, the Browns are one of the best defenses in the NFL, and we all know the Ravens have struggled a little bit in their secondary this year. So I think the Steelers, just by going up against some weaker players in the secondary, that's going to be potentially better for Aaron Rodgers. Secondarily, they used Kenny Gainwell to chip on Myles Garrett for most of that game. He's one of their best receivers out of the backfield. He always gets them a lot of key first downs. So Kenny Gainwell will be back in the game plan as a receiver. And then in terms of just how do you go about replacing DK as a receiver, they don't have anyone on this team who can do that. But look out for Pat Freiermuth this week. He was the number one tight end going into the season. Darnell Washington kind of passed him by on the depth chart. So Washington broke his wrist last week against the Browns. Freiermuth's going to have a lot more opportunities to impact this game, and I think he's got a chance to impact it with his pass receiving. If you guys watched that Browns game at the end, he had a big 29-yarder to get them down there close, and then I think he had another 10 or 11-yarder to set them up with first and goal on the 10 there. So if there's one player to look for, I think it would be Pat Freiermuth in terms of taking over some of the production that they lose without DK Metcalf.
Flipping to the other side of the ball, a big topic is TJ Watt. He's been out for a while with the punctured lung and everything going on there. But Tomlin, speaking earlier in the week, just from watching the video, sounded like he was pretty optimistic. I know TJ's been limited, but he also had practiced, I think, a day last week. You probably know better than me. How do you feel about TJ Watt's availability this week? And do you think it could be, because I know Mike kind of spoke about it, do you think it could be situationally third downs where, of course, obvious passing downs?
He's definitely going to play. It's going to be interesting to see how they use him, because the Ravens are, and you figure in this game even more so, just based on the history of how much success they've had on the ground. This is going to be a Derrick Henry type of a game, and TJ is a very good, run defender as well. So I could see them using him in first and second down situations, and then maybe taking their shots with him on third down sporadically. They have another really good situational pass rusher in Nick Herbig, so Nick could come in those second and third and long situations. TJ could come off there. Rookie fourth-round pick Jack Sawyer playing really well. He's a bigger defensive end type, but he's playing 3-4 outside linebacker, and since TJ's been hurt, he stepped up and he's played really well too. So they'll have their full complement of outside linebackers back for this game, and it's just going to be a matter of how they want to divvy the snaps up. For me, if he's going to dress, if he's good enough to dress, they're going to empty the chamber. I would not be surprised at all if he's out there for, say 60-65% of the snaps. If he's good enough to put on a helmet, they're going to use him.
Ray, this is a Pittsburgh team that's looking to, A, make the playoffs, but B, win their first playoff game since 2016. If they are able to win Sunday night, what do you think about this team in the postseason? Do they have a run in them?
I mean, it'd be like playing with house money, because no one's going to give them a shot. Probably the same thing, pertains to the Ravens on a little bit of a lesser level. I think that it would be a bad matchup if they drew Buffalo. Buffalo came in here about a month ago and really put it on them. That's not a good matchup. The Texans or the Chargers, I'd be okay. I think that's maybe a coin flip type of a game. The Texans have a really good defense, not so much of an offense. And I think the Chargers are banged up with their offensive line. They're very beatable as well. So, as you guys know, it's a down year in the AFC. Pretty much any team is going to have a shot if you get in. It's just a matter of, for the Steelers or Ravens, who's going to be getting in and who's going to be the underdog, because I think that 4 seed, there's not a lot of people in Vegas going to be picking the Ravens or the Steelers to make a run, once Sunday night is over.
So for Sunday night, putting you on the spot here, who do you have taking the AFC North?
I just think the Steelers are too banged up. DK Metcalf is a huge loss. Darnell Washington is a huge loss. I just don't think the offense is going to score. So my prediction, Ravens 20, Steelers 17. Another typical defensive, low-scoring affair, I think.
Ray, I'm sure you just gained a few fans here in Baltimore. Appreciate your time as always, man. How can people follow you and keep up with your work?
Yeah, you can find my stuff at post-gazette.com. or follow me on X at RayFit, FITT1.
Ray, appreciate it, man. Happy New Year. Have a great rest of the weekend, and we'll talk again down the line.
Thanks so much, Ray.
All right, enjoy the game, guys. See ya.
Yes, sir. Coming up next on the program, 410-583-1057 is the number. If you want to get in, we'll continue to sprinkle in your calls. We'll also look at the offensive game plan for the Ravens against that Pittsburgh defense. What needs to work for the Ravens to have success on Sunday night? Could it be another big Derrick Henry game? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Destruction, death, mayhem, murder, and mad. You try me, you're gonna die. You try to score, you're gonna die.
It was to lean on him like we did, you know, I know there's a lot of talk about that, but it's pretty much always the plan that way to a degree. But I would say definitely ramped it up for sure. Conditions and where we're at as a team, you know, where our offense is at and what we thought was the best way to win the game was definitely Derrick Henry. And then the opportunity was really presented itself because we were having success and we got plays, you know. So the more plays you have, the more times you can run it, and the more times you can give it to Derrick. And really, the only times he really came off the field were, you know, obvious third downs and when he needed a break. It was to lean on him like we did.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. You just heard from head coach John Harbaugh there talking about Derrick Henry and his monster game against the Green Bay Packers. Derrick Henry, 36 carries, career high, 216 yards rushing, 4 rushing touchdowns in the game as well. And I had asked him, was the plan to lean on Henry as heavy as they did, or was it kind of a game flow situation? And obviously them coming off that debacle against the Steelers and how that game ended and them going away from Derrick Henry to the point to where he's not even on the field. Even John Harbaugh brought it back up in his answer there. They were conscious of that. I don't know if that same game plan is going to work against Pittsburgh. You made the point earlier about Harmon being a part of this matchup. That's a big change. If TJ Watt plays or not, that obviously has a huge impact. But also, Mike Tomlin has been clear on the record for saying they're going to sell out to stop the run. Their number one goal is to take Derrick Henry out of the game. They're going to do everything they can to not make the Ravens feel like they can give Derrick Henry the ball 30-plus times to win this game. If they are able to slow the run game down, where do the Ravens go from there?
It's going to have to be Lamar quickly getting it out. And, the Pittsburgh passing defense is not very good. Lamar looked as good as I've seen him as a passer before going down in the New England game. I mean, it was straight to Zay, a couple quick hitters, Andrews. I think it will be an Andrews game, and we haven't seen that against Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
He has not had many good showings against Pittsburgh, but I think there will be some quick throws for him. I don't think they want Lamar sitting back there in the pocket for a while, allowing him to get hit. I also, they may put a point of emphasis to stop Derrick Henry in that playoff game, and Lamar just took off with his legs and picked up a ton of runs. Is he able to do that? Is he able? And I don't know that it needs to be a million times, but can he give them a few just fine runs, a few 10-yard runs, just keep Pittsburgh on their hit? If he's handing it off to Henry all day, they're going to be teeing off.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty clear. But teams also don't like tackling Derrick Henry as the game goes on. I would not get away from it. No matter what the situation is, I would not run away from it just because throughout his career, fourth quarters have been his best. December and January, he's played his best football. I wouldn't dive away from that, but I do also think Lamar's going to have success throwing the football. I just liked what I saw against New England, and New England struggled against tight ends in the passing game, but wide receivers, they've been very good. They got one of the best corners in the NFL in Christian Gonzalez, and Lamar was picking them apart.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he's at his best, when he's seeing the field well, and it looked like that way until he went down. I would expect a pretty strong showing from Lamar throwing the football.
In the first matchup, the Ravens ran the ball 40 times for 217 yards, did have the one touchdown from Lamar. Lamar, 7 carries, 43 yards in that game. Keaton Mitchell, 6 carries, 76 yards. He had the play where he would have scored, but I think he kind of felt something in his leg and he kind of hobbled his way down there and got tackled at the end. And Henry, 25 carries, 94 yards. Not the most efficient day, but they stuck with it, and the run game was consistently a part of the game plan. And that's where it is for me. It can't get to the point to where the pendulum swings too far to either side. You gotta keep Pittsburgh on their toes. You can't the second they start to feel like they're comfortable and just selling out to stop Derrick Henry, there should be a play action loaded up to hit Likely or Zay or Andrew, somebody right in that intermediate part of the field, because they're going to be blitzing Patrick Queen. They're going to use him to kind of fill those gaps, to shoot those gaps pretty quickly. They don't want Henry to get any type of momentum going forward. And with Lamar, I think Lamar could give them what Huntley did on Sunday, in the sense of, Huntley didn't have any wild runs, but he had a couple 5-yard, 6-yard runs, get down. That may be what Lamar needs to do. Look, it's all hands on deck. This is for the season. And if he's out there, and I know he'll be playing banged up, he's got to give whatever he's got. And that may mean carrying the ball another 7 times in this game. But obviously you want to avoid, taking any crazy shots and re-injuring yourself. And that'll be kind of the fine line that I think the Ravens tried to balance. How many read option plays are we going to see? How many quarterback design run plays are we going to see? Probably not none, but it may surprise them to call a draw out of nowhere, at the 15-yard line inside the red zone, and maybe he's got enough juice on that play just to shoot it, just save. If you're saving your bullets for that, I would be for that. Just use that element of surprise to catch them off guard the minute that they think Lamar isn't mobile.
Yes, in the red zone. They've got to have him using his legs in the red zone. Touchdowns are going to be crucial for this game. We know the struggles they've had scoring touchdowns, and Derrick Henry's not easy to stop in the red zone. But when you tee off and he can't get
you just sell out,
sell out to stop 11. It. We've seen teams have success with it. Right. Now, Derrick Henry's had a lot of explosive runs because once he gets to the secondary and starts making things happen, that's where he's at his best. The Packers, he had success as well. I think Pittsburgh's going to put a point of emphasis and make it look like a pass and let Lamar. And Lamar's going to be Lamar. We did see it in New England, though. I mean, we saw him start using his legs a little bit, and ultimately he went down. I hope that they can at least unleash his legs in the red zone because touchdowns are going to be so important here. Do not settle for field goals.
Right.
And Boswell's listen, I know there's mixed feelings on Tyler Loop. I think Loop will be fine. I trust them with kickers. Picking them out. Cannot make this a kicking game. Boswell will, and he struggled in Cleveland, but Boswell can nail 60-yarders. Boswell's consistent. Let's not make this field goal for field goal. And we know the defense. Bend, don't break. They will get in field goal range a few times. Capitalize, score touchdowns, and as you said before, use all your bullets. Like, you need it this week. Worry about Houston Sunday or Monday at 1 a.m. when you're already in. So I think it's going to have to be, as you said, all hands on deck. Keaton Mitchell, this isn't me saying with 8 minutes left, a must-win drive. Right. Keep him on the field, but filter him and let him show some explosives. And we've seen them struggle against quick-cutting, faster running backs.
And now, obviously, probably the biggest one is take care of the football. I mean, that is, they play this team and all of a sudden they forget how to take care of the ball. And we've seen in these pivotal games, these big games, these gotta-have-it drives, these gotta-have-it plays, their concentration gets very loose. Can't have the likely should-have-been touchdown that wasn't. It should have been a touchdown. It should have been. I stand on that, but you can't give them the room for doubt by dropping the ball. You can't open the door for any of that. I think back to last year where I think it was PQ that took the ball from just
19 seconds left in the first half.
Just like I wanted more than you type of play. Pittsburgh is known for those types of plays on the D. That's how they win on the margins, by taking away getting those takeaways. Just man takeaways is what I call them.
Peyton Wilson on Justice Hill, which looked like a 20-yard completion, and somehow he doesn't come. They turned the ball over 3 times that game. One was a Derrick Henry fumble early. They punched it out. The one was likely when the Ravens are trying to go down the field late, and ultimately it backfires. And then the Justice Hill play, which was the game changer. The Ravens are driving with a chance to take the lead. Lamar throws a beautiful ball. Justice Hill looks like he has it. Nobody knows he didn't until Wilson gets up sprinting across the field, flexing. These things always seem to go wrong for the Ravens in these games. But last year, you were able to kind of shift things. I remember on these airwaves last year, heading into the second Ravens-Steelers game, saying, Mike Tomlin owns the Ravens. The Ravens are the little brother right now. Because that's what it felt like. But all of a sudden, that final game in Baltimore, Marlon Humphrey pick 6, holding the ball out. They were bullying a little bit. And then the playoffs, pushing them right over, and Derrick Henry having his fingerprints on it. We get back to the first game this year, start getting bullied again, and you start doing things that we don't see from you normally. Now this year, the fumble, we've seen a lot of that this year. But in most years, it's the Ravens are playing perfect football for the majority of the season, but in the playoffs and against the Steelers, they seem to fall on their face.
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in on the other side of the break. We'll get back to taking your calls next here on The Fan.
I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to join us this Sunday, January 4th for Purple Party number 4. This one you do not want to miss. We've got 105.7 The Fan kicking off their live pregame show broadcast starting at 5 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Have you seen our new amazing concert hall and its upgrades? Well, you probably should. We'll have food and drink specials all night long, so make your reservations now and watch the big game on our massive 12-foot screen and other remote TVs. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for all the details.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking
talking to you, Bridges? I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Game Day Uncensored at Barrel House Live this Sunday as we broadcast live from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Barrel House Live is your go-to for live music, sports, and nonstop fun. For more info on the hottest shows in town, visit FalstonBarrelHouse.com.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. In this new year, our first show of 2026. It's off to a great start. 1 hour down, 2 more to go as we are here in Charm City and live on YouTube and on the Odyssey app as well. So we got a variety of ways for you guys to check us out. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Tony's been holding probably since Bruce's show, it looks like. Let's go to Sparrow's Point and get him. Tony, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Cordell, what's going on? Yeah, I haven't waited since Bruce and I'm Deja, but it's all good, man. Like I'm waiting for a reason. I actually got a couple points to talk on. Maybe I don't take up too much of your time, but if I do, if you want, we can talk at the next break. It doesn't matter to me. I'll be on hold. But So I'm a first-time caller, man. I had to touch on this. The comments about Mike Preston saying Lamar's like sleeping meetings and stuff. Like, look, I personally don't know Mike Preston that well. I'm not really a fan of him, but to come up with stuff like that, man. I mean, you gotta have like some facts to back that up. I mean, that's almost slander, dude. You're coming up with like stuff that you don't have to back it up. I mean, you might have a few things over the 4-year span, and like Charlotte's Web put it together and make it look like, you know, what you wanted it to look like. But also, like, the media controls a lot of like what people think. If you ask me, like, your average person doesn't think freely for themselves. They like take what people take and have fun with it. But I mean, the dude, look, Baltimore's never had a quarterback like this, ever. And I don't know why we're complaining, like, why people are looking for bad things. Like, people would, like, kill to have a quarterback like this. And to be talking about this kind of stuff, like, a 2-time MVP, should be 3-time MVP. Potentially, you know, could have got to a couple Super Bowls. I mean, we're in the fight. But for him to come up with this right now, like, what are you, bro, a Steelers fan? Of all the weeks, you're going to come up with this now? Like, this narrative that, like, that you, I mean, I don't know if he doesn't like the guy or whatnot, but to go and, like, just because you don't like somebody, go and, like, slander them a little bit, you know? And Lamar's not the type that's going to come back and, like, troll them back. Well,
yeah, appreciate the call, man. Just try to get to as many calls as we can. But I got you. Definitely, if you're a Ravens fan, yes, or a Ravens player, or if you're Lamar, like, it's terrible timing, you know. But it is a business, and it reached the masses. It became a national story. Like, all news ain't good news, you know. I'm not pushing for it, but I'm just saying, like, that's how it goes sometimes. I don't really know what else to say. I don't know what made Mike put that story out when he did. But again, I've said it. I think some of that stuff he's been saying for a while. I think just the timing of everything garnered more national attention because of what's going on with Lamar, what's going on with the Ravens. Lamar is a mystery guy, so it kind of feeds maybe some of the things that people some of the notions they already have about him in their mind. Yeah.
It's unfortunate it comes out now. Again, I don't put any stock into it. I tried to get away from it post-game last week. I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I do not even want to comment on it. I don't value it. I don't, whatever. And I mean, it's been the topic everywhere. And good thing he's playing this week, because if he wasn't, it would be pushed even more. I think him playing this week should at least quieted some people
and addressing it.
Yeah, and talking about it. Again, I don't put much stock into it. I know what Lamar is, and I think people who don't appreciate the talent are just, I'm not sure what they're watching.
Let's get Trippy in Baltimore. Trippy, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, I got to be honest with you, man. We got a big game Sunday, and these fans still worried about what he wrote. And then what's so crazy is a lot of these fans say they don't like him. So if you don't like him, why read his article? Now, I'm not saying it's true or not, but, like, come on, y'all. Like, we got to look at the bigger picture. And you know what's so crazy? I know how this fan base works, right? If we lose Sunday, all they going to talk about is Mike Preston. Like, just chill out, man. Like, to be honest with you, I'm not saying I'm glad he did it, but maybe it might spark a fire into the team or something. Who knows? You know what I mean? Because, like, some of that stuff I read, I've been hearing for years now. I'm not saying it's true, but you get what I'm saying? It's just like, come on. But to the game Sunday, man, I know everybody keeps saying if Lamar play, feed Derrick Henry. I think it's going to come down to the defense. The thing is, what's Zach Orr going to do? Because I ain't going to lie to you. I know a lot of people calling for Zach Orr's job. If he don't perform Sunday, he might be gone. And I'm pretty sure Zach Orr don't want to remember his Ravens tenure as a Ravens player. Antonio Holmes scoring on the Christmas goal line. Remember that? You know, his last play in Pittsburgh playing. Then, you know, what's the name? So hopefully they lock in. Another thing, hopefully they miss tackles. My bad. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, what you talking about?
No, my bad. I meant to say they don't miss tackles.
Right, I got you.
You see what I'm saying? Because this is what I realized about the Ravens, right? If there's 3 people trying to tackle the running back, I never see nobody grab the legs. There's all 3 of them trying to grab the ball. Somebody grab the legs. You see what I'm saying? And one more thing. You got to pressure Aaron Rodgers. Even if we don't get sacks, batter him up, hit him. You know what I mean? Let him feel it. You know what I mean? And feed Derrick Henry. But when you feed Derrick Henry, switch it up. Like, you know what I mean? Do a little bunch formation. You know what I mean? Little RPO. Add an extra lineman in there. Like, do whatever you got to win. Because guess what? Like y'all say, this do or die. You know what I mean? And we still owe them one from last time. And one more thing. Ravens, I know y'all out the castle listening to this right now. Hello? Don't put the game in the refs' hands. Hey, man, I enjoy y'all's show, man. Happy New Year to y'all. I talk to y'all on Victory Monday. I'm calling it right now on Victory Monday.
And we'll be on, too, I think. We're on Monday.
Yeah, we are Monday night.
So, yeah, we'll definitely be on. Happy New Year, too. New Year, appreciate the call. But I do agree with the, what's the defense going to do? Like, this should be a layup type of matchup considering how limited they are when they're at full strength. But DK not being, that's their most explosive player. Darnell Washington's not there. We're talking about 2 key aspects of their pass game. I get how good Kenneth Gainwell has been this year. I know, believe me. But Kenneth Gainwell ain't good enough to blow this game open. The Ravens, if their defense can't keep a lid on the Steelers this time around, I don't know what to say.
And also, one big thing. And as much as the Ravens defense should get, would they have their 4th-string left tackle out there last time and he held up?
Right. Well, the Patriots were running through
Patriots running through guys
linemen.
Too. But Pittsburgh, I'm pretty sure it was like 3rd or 4th string. But can we please get our hands up? I watch a college game a lot too, and it frustrates me. Last night I saw it a bunch in the Georgia Ole Miss game. Feels like, especially with Aaron Rodgers, I know they made a point of emphasis to take a shot on you last time and tell you what you were. And MVS is going to get his targets, right? He got them to sign MVS. He wants to show them I'm right. That's Aaron Rodgers, how he is as a person. There's no way around it. All that being said, he's going to take a lot of short passes. Just get your hands up. It frustrates me a lot with this Ravens team where I feel like they're slow getting their hands up sometimes. And as bad as their pass rush is and their struggles in the secondary, a few batted down balls can change everything for them. The defensive line's got to get their hands up.
Let's grab another call. Let's go to Dimitri in Baltimore. Dimitri, you're on the Fan.
Yo, you hear me?
Yep, I got you. What's going on?
So I just want to give props to the offensive line. Last game they dominated, and they need to continue. They need to be dominant at the point of attack, and I feel like if we do that and give Derrick Henry, we'll be straight.
Yeah, appreciate the call. That's a good point. They ran all over them. A lot of that is Derrick Henry killing their will, bouncing off tackles, running guys over. We saw the stiff arm return. But also, they gave him some lanes. You saw times where they're not the ones on their back. They're putting other people on their back. Might have been Falele's one of his best games, if not his best game, definitely of the season. But no doubt, when your running back has as much success as Derrick Henry had, and you run for over 300 yards as a team, the offensive line did something right.
Absolutely. As much as we slander them on here, and I think a lot of it's justified.
No doubt it is. They've been awful.
But I said it post-game, we got to give credit. The run game was awesome, and it wasn't just Derrick Henry forcing a guy to miss in the backfield and then running for 40 yards. No, it was a lot of ground and pound. They were doing exactly what they needed to, road grading. So credit to the offensive line. But build off of that in Pittsburgh. If you can make this game ugly in Pittsburgh and force forward and just get 3 to 4 yards per carry, at some points Derrick Henry's going to break one of them.
Let's get Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Cordell. How you doing, man?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, to your point and to Trippy's point, I listened to you in the press conference yesterday, and you were in the room, so I kind of want your take on this. There was a reporter that kind of asked a long-winded question, and then John was like, was there a question in there? I think it was about, the fan base and it being Week 18 and Ravens, Steelers, and kind of pointing to that rivalry a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then John just came off as smug to me, saying it's just another game. Or he didn't even know about it until someone told him about it. Do you feel like Like it can be hard to deal with sometimes, especially, I mean, even from your callers, Cordell, and you talked about this, working for the fans and having to juggle those questions. I think when you were on the Bruce Cunningham show and I called, I really appreciate the questions you asked, but does he come off as kind of smug to you sometimes? And what do you think about that?
Appreciate the call, Chris. John has one of the more stressful jobs that you could possibly have. I've always loved the coach-reporter dynamic, even before I got into the media. Like, one of my guilty pleasures used to be watching coaches or managers blow up in press conferences and just go back and forth. I forget the one. It was this old one, and Jerry Coleman knows what it is because he knows and Jerry was the reporter that he was talking about. He's talking about from Monday's presser. John and Jerry have a unique relationship, so they you know, like I said, they have a unique relationship, so John can kind of pick with Jerry sometimes, and even vice versa. And I think some of that spilled over into the press conference. That's what that was on Monday, but that was pretty harmless, just being there. But I look, he's not going to like every question that he gets. And he knows that. He knows that that's a part of the job. I know, as the person asking him the question, that he's not going to like certain questions at certain times. I know, I think, you know, I've learned over the years of covering this team how John works. I don't have him all the way mastered, but I have an idea of how John is. I know what moods he's probably going to be in on what days, depending on what's going on. But I don't. The key thing is, I don't think anybody takes it personal. I've never taken it personal. There's been times people have got to be like, "Hey, Ben," even at times like, he's cutting up the audio. Like, is that a you question? Because John got a little, testy right there. It happens. Yeah. But I've also talked to John on the side, and it's regular. We're good. So I think that's just the key thing. He may come off that way sometimes, but nobody ever takes it personal. It's just the dynamic of the relationships. He's in a high stress position, and we're asking him questions he does not want to answer. That's just the reality of it. But to his credit, he answers them, or sometimes maybe he doesn't answer them and he gives some words, but he says something. He plays the game. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah, and it makes me laugh because sometimes I feel like what you're going to get. Yeah. Or it's probably going to turn him a certain way. It's just,
if it's got to be asked, it's got to be asked.
You cannot ask it.
I've been told by people that have been doing this forever, like if they love you, if they love every question you're asking, you're not doing your job.
Right.
And I'm
100%.
not going in there trying to piss them off.
Right.
I don't want them to shut down.
Yeah.
So it's a unique dynamic, but it's a fun one for sure. Coming up next, the phone lines are buzzing all over the place. Pretty much every line is almost filled. So we'll continue to take your calls. We'll also get to what we missed. A couple of things that we missed. Nikola Jokic getting hurt. We'll give an update on the college football playoffs as well. And what's going on with the Diggs brothers. We'll talk about all that and more and continue to take your calls next here on The Fan.
It's a friendly reminder from 105.7 The Fan. The only thing getting lit at Christmas should be the tree. Impaired driving isn't an accident. It's a choice. The Fan reminds you to stay safe this holiday season. We want to see you in 26.
Clouds and mid-30s today and again on Saturday. Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
Happy New Year, and thank you, Baltimore. When I started Amazing Heating and Air, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to start the best darn plumbing, heating, and air company in the city. But I had no idea if customers would respond. After all, I was going up against some really big plumbing, heating, and air conditioning companies, many of whom are now really well funded through private equity. But so many of you have made Amazing your go-to for plumbing, heating, and air service that we've grown quite a bit over the years. So it's only fitting that I say thank you. And I'm doing that with a gift. I'm giving away 2 years of our Comfort Club membership with any new system purchase between now and the end of Martin Luther King Day. So while I hope you have an amazing new year and that you don't need us this season, if you do, my thank you gifts are waiting for you at
Amazing.com. Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman, and on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We are live on the Odyssey app and on YouTube as well, so you can hear us and see us at the same time. That's radio. These in 2026, I guess. That's radio. The future is now. We're getting to what we missed because we do tend to miss a lot. Yeah. We're on once a week, and for kind of a programming note. For people that have been keeping up with us, you're used to hearing us on Friday nights before you're about to get your weekend started. That's come to an end. I think this is hopefully this is our last Friday show, unless it's with other shows throughout the week. That'd be great. But yeah, we are next week. We'll be on Monday night, right after Inside Access. So we'll be on Monday 6 to 8. But after that, every week after that, our new night will be Tuesday nights, unless there's a Terps game that impedes it. But other than that, we'll be on Tuesday nights from 6 to 8. So we're excited about that, to be able to kind of get to you guys earlier in the week, and maybe we can address more relevant topics as they're happening. But for now, we've got what we missed, and let's start with the college football playoffs. We had probably the best game of the playoff to this point last night, with Ole Miss defeating Georgia 39-34. Really good game. Georgia, I thought, was a team that obviously has the capabilities to win it all. But Ole Miss, I mean, just a gutsy performance from them. And Chambliss played, I think, probably the game of his life last night. I mean, he was extremely clutch, really mobile, extended plays, accurate. Lacey was incredible. The Branch brothers were insane. Oh, yeah. Like it was a lot of talent on the field last night, but ultimately Ole Miss outscoring Georgia 20-10 in the fourth quarter got them the 5-point win.
Yeah, I'll say this now. I had money on Georgia. and I'm just going to be completely honest with you, the officiating did everything they could to get Georgia back in that game. And this is not, again, I thought it was an amazing football game, but Georgia could have been put away. And like the face mask, to miss that
was so egregious.
I just don't understand how you're watching these games as an official. And again, when I see no flag, I'm sitting out of my chair clapping like, thank you. But just being a football fan, realistic, like, what are we doing? How do you miss that? It was pretty clear. And the defender does this when he's on the ground, thinking there's a flag on the field. And then he stands up and sees there's no flag and starts like patting on his chest. And I'm like, even he was telling you what it was. So there were some missed calls, but it was just an amazing football game. There were so many times where I said, all right, Ole Miss is finally done. It's over. And then Chambliss spins out of something, finds somebody down the field. And just, that kid's awesome. He was D2 last year, goes there to potentially be a backup and maybe have a few packages for him. Austin goes down, Chambliss takes over, and there's been no looking back. So, and I'm a huge Lane Kiffin hater, I'll be honest. So it was good to see them.
Right.
It was good to see them say, all right, we didn't need you, Lane.
I agree
we can win
with
without you.
Yeah, that definitely felt good. Also, in the quarterfinals, some of the other finishes, Indiana just, stomping Alabama.
Signetti.
He looks like the best coach. Honestly, like in football, what team, professional or college, has a team that's as like such a well-oiled machine the way that Indiana is right now? It just seems like they do everything right.
And what's so impressive, the time never gets tough. The moment never. We saw the Penn State game. They were on the ropes. They were finished. The Oregon game was up, back and forth. Fourth quarter, we saw and I love Dan Lanning. I think he's a great coach. We saw who the better coach there was that day. His guys are always ready to go. The first drive, Alabama comes out cracking. Mendoza goes down the backfield. I'm like, we got a different Alabama. From that point on, and Signetti's face on the sideline was the same there that it was when they were up 30 late. He's different. And I've tried to write them off. Everybody's tried to write them off because Indiana's not a football school.
Right.
No, they are. Until Signetti's gone, he will win. That guy is a proven winner. That's what he does. Wherever he goes, Signetti will win.
I really was thinking about it the other day, like, what other football coach right now has his team looking sharp every week? Every week. They look like a true machine right now. They take on Oregon after Oregon shut out Texas Tech yesterday, 23-0. That was a weird game.
Very weird.
Texas Tech just didn't show up to play. Their defense actually, kept them in the game for a while, but you get shut out. That's kind of what it is. And I actually didn't think Dan Lanning was calling a great game yesterday. But Oregon, look, they're as talented as anybody out there. I am really intrigued by that matchup in the Peach Bowl with Indiana. Indiana, as of right now, is a 4-point favorite. Ole Miss, they'll take on Miami in the Fiesta Bowl after Miami beat Ohio State 24-14. Right now, Miami, that pass rush is super legit. I like Miami. I just think Ole Miss, they've kind of had that feel all year. They're underdogs. Miami is 3-point favorites in this game. I'm kind of leaning Ole Miss right now, though.
I thought for sure Miami was going to lose to Ohio State, and it wasn't a knock to it was kind of a knock. Krista Fraud and Carson Beck. Everything has to go right for those two to win because they just seem to get in their own way a lot, and it did that. That front four is different. They get after the quarterback, and I thought Ohio State could have offset a little bit running the football more. They were having success running it, but they kept dropping back to pass, kept doing it. Can Lacey get off a little bit? Chambliss is just like, maybe it was, but it's been for the majority of the year, like, perfect. When he is in that zone, you're in trouble. And last night, as much as they threw him off, as ferocious as that front was getting there, they couldn't end up getting to him, and he would end up extending a play, and those receivers are fast enough. DB is probably the hardest position
without a doubt.
Football. You're having to run with a guy, but a guy with his size that can extend a play and do what he can do. I don't know. It's a toss-up game. This Final Four isn't what I expected. I thought Indiana would beat Alabama, but I did think Alabama would have covered. I thought it would be close, but every game I'm watching, I'm like, and even Texas Tech, I thought coming into that one, I thought they'd beat Oregon, and their offense was just pathetic. And now that also you have to give credit where it's due.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon's defense is dominant. They were awesome. They were great. Did what they needed to do. And the offense, you mentioned Lanning. Like, Will Stein's leaving, so he's called plays. He's trying to do what he can do. But, like, Lanning just not sending the kicker out when you know your defense is dominating. I love aggressive coaches. I do. I'll be completely honest with you. Fourth down, I usually want teams to go for it. But in certain spots, you have to change a little bit and just be fine with 3 because you know Texas Tech can't get any.
Let's go to the NBA real quick. Nikola Jokic, who's been the best player in the league, in the world for me the last few years. He goes down. He's got the hyperextended knee, left knee. He's out for I think about a month or two.
Yeah, 4 to 6.
So yeah, obviously that's a huge impact to the Nuggets and what they want to do this year. I mean, we're talking about the best player in the NBA. The Nuggets right now, they are 6-4 in their last 10, sitting in third in the West. How do you see the Nuggets being able to manage life without Nikola Jokic?
I don't see it. I mean, Valanciunas was back, and then he gets hurt yesterday, and he's going to be out weeks
now. That's like clockwork.
So it's like, yeah, right. So now you lose your backup to him, and he was playing fine minutes. Their defense, if you look at like advanced numbers, just studying it through betting and everything, they've been horrendous down the stretch. Now they're still 24-9, playing good basketball, but can Jamal Murray carry the load? Is he going to be able to carry this team? And Michael Porter Jr. leaves, and Michael Porter Jr. is interesting. He goes to Brooklyn.
But that's the NBA,
it
though.
Is.
That's
it
the
is.
NBA.
But you would love to have him right now. Yeah,
of course.
And I'll be honest with you. During the trade, I'm like, Cam Johnson is going to fit right in Denver. He'll be perfect. He hasn't been able to do anything.
No.
Michael Porter Jr. has been double watch every night. He's scoring 30. Like, it's just, I don't know. They're in a really bad spot. I do trust the coach enough that they'll be able. All you have to do is tread water right now. If you get the playoffs, whether you're a 1 seed or a 5 or 6 seed, you're just going to have to play somebody a little better, a little earlier. And you still have, as you mentioned, the best player in the NBA. Whoever they're facing in the playoffs, it's probably going to be a tight series. They won't get rain off the court as long as Jokic is healthy.
I mean, and I guess, like you said, I think they could fall down as low as like 5. Like, I could see the Lakers getting on a slide and kind of falling down. But look, the Thunder are the Thunder, obviously. And as long as Wemby's upright for the Spurs, and maybe even if he's not for a little bit, they can't manage a long time without him. But they have a deep enough team to where they can win some games without him. The Rockets, I do buy the Rockets to an extent. But I think if the Nuggets are still in that 4 or 5 range, that's a good spot for them. I think you get into the postseason. You're not going to be able to avoid the Thunder. The Spurs may be inevitable too. Regardless, you're going to have to go through at least one of those teams. But I still think they'll be fine. Mike, I know you're into the NBA as well. What did you take from Nikola Jokic going down and how that may impact the Nuggets and really the Western Conference?
Yeah, I agree with what Ben said. The Nuggets defense right now is horrendous, but even with Jokic out there, it's still not at a top level in the NBA right now. But I do have a little optimism in the Nuggets because I told some other people the other day, I said, Jamal Murray, this is the first time where he hasn't gotten to a slow start in the season. He's actually producing a lot. He's putting up 25 a game. He's being that guy day in and day out for them. So I'm not saying that they're going to be what they were with Jokic, but they'll still be in pretty good contention, and they'll definitely be in that 3 or 4 spot in the playoffs because I'm confident in his ability and the way that he's playing right now, especially that it's better than what it's been for the past seasons of the slow start.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Jamal Murray usually does take him some, so he can be inconsistent and he can deal with some injury issues as well. But to this point, I mean, he's coming. It seems like in shape. I got a guy out in Denver who's a big Nuggets fan, and he always gets on Murray because he doesn't think he's in great shape. But so far, so good for him. Never really going to be the most efficient scorer. But Jamal Murray can be a bucket and a clutch one, and I think they have depth on that Denver team to be able to do enough. And Ben, like you said, they're well coached. I think Mike Malone will be able to kind of tread water enough with the roster they have and figure things out. Coming up next on the program, 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We'll continue to take your calls. We'll also give a preview for tonight's Terps-Oregon game as well. That's next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pants for the family. Yep, 50% off all pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big, only at Old Navy. Valid 1, 3, and 4. Excludes clearance, maternity, active, jeans, sweatpants, knit leggings, and sleep.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Bring some holiday cheer with the network that knows what you really want. Take your phone to your local Total Wireless store, and we'll give you one line for just $25 a month. Celebrate more for spending less. The holidays just got a lot better. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. For new single-line customers who activate on a BYO device on the Total 5G Unlimited plan. Requires auto-pay enrollment to receive the full discount, which applies the month after enrollment. Available online and in Total Wireless retail stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. Check compatibility at TotalWireless.com.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Brought to you by Barrel House Live. Visit them on Facebook for all their events.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We're about to get right back to your calls. Real quick, though, let's preview the Oregon-Maryland game tonight. Oregon coming out to the Xfinity Center. Tip-off is at 7:30. Of course, you can hear that game right here on The Fan. Both teams 0-2 in the Big Ten. Both teams sitting at 7-6. Ben, the Terps, they are coming off the win against Old Dominion, snapping their 3-game losing streak. How do you see tonight going against Oregon?
I've been I faded the Terps a lot this year. I just have. I think this is a down year. It's not me taking a shot at Buzz. He got put in a weird spot. Kevin Willard screws this team, of course. But for some reason, I have a fine feeling about tonight. Buzz is very quiet with injuries. So I don't know what is going on with Payne, but I read somewhere that there was a chance they thought they could get him back by tonight. Now, this was a week ago. So I don't know if that's... And as I said, anytime you ask him about injuries, he's like, I stand by my guys, whatever. So it's hard to know. If Payne plays, I do think they have a shot to beat Oregon tonight. As bad as the Terps have been and all their struggles, Oregon has as well. Now, Oregon just played Gonzaga to a 10-point game, but it's a different situation. It's not apples to apples. At home, it's the Big Ten. It's a power conference. The Terps, by the way, among Power 4, Power 5 teams, are like bottom 5 rating. It's like they've been just that bad. I would expect this one to be tight. I mean, they started against Michigan. If Payne doesn't go down, you can't tell me that one's not down to the wire. Payne going down changed that whole game. I do like the Terps, though, tonight. Again, I would not suggest you to put a single dollar on them this year. I just would not. Do not bet that game. But I think the Terps are very live tonight.
Again, you can hear that game right here on the Fan. Mike Popovic, he'll take over once we're done, and he'll take you right into Terps pregame show, I believe, tonight right here on the Fan with tip-off at 7:30. Let's get back to the phone calls. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Let's go to West Baltimore and get Jim. Jim, you're on the Fan.
Good afternoon.
What's going on?
I want to talk. Good. Thanks. I want to talk about how the Ravens win. I believe they are concerned, the coaches and Lamar Jackson, they're more concerned with how they look winning, more committed to that than the actual process of winning. That game against Green Bay, just a little quick background. I had stopped watching football for a few years after that Colin Kaepernick. I started watching the Ravens again last year. And since then, I paid very close attention. I played the sport as a kid all the way through high school, and been loving the sport my entire life. Lamar, he is a once-in-a-lifetime talent at the quarterback position, no doubt about it. But I believe, from my observations, he is more concerned about how he looks winning. He wants to win, but he wants to win doing it his way. Same with the coaches. They want to win, but they want to win doing it their way, ultimately, leading to the dollars that they want, but nobody would admit to talk about publicly. Last week, that game, it was more than just an exciting game. That game showed us the winning style for Ravens football. It wasn't an accident, and I was against a quality opponent, the Green Bay Packers, a playoff team. It was typical old-school Ravens winning football. But that doesn't make a quarterback look good, and it doesn't make the coaching staff look good when you have a running back just running at will against the opponent. So I believe if these guys can tone down their pride and humble themselves to being more committed to simply winning, purely winning football, regardless of how it makes the coaches look, regardless of how it makes Lamar Jackson look, I believe that even this year, this team can go all the way. I don't see a team in the NFL that can stop King Henry. He done run against all the defenses, all 32 teams during his career, and has had success when given the ball. And this team, with the talent they have now and the talent that they have had, they should have won at least one Super Bowl by.
I mean, most likely. I appreciate the call. Try to get another call in here if we can. Maybe, maybe, but they've been an elite rushing attack throughout Lamar's entire career. Their offense has always been spearheaded by the run game. Now, obviously, when Derrick Henry gets the ball 36 times, like, that's a career high for him. That's not the norm. Yeah. I know a lot of people just think you could give Derrick Henry the ball 40 times and it'll work.
Be perfectly fine, too.
No matter what. Like, yeah, and he'll wake up the next day and be able to walk. That's not all the way sustainable. That worked. Credit to them for realizing that they couldn't stop Derrick Henry that night. And unlike the Patriots game the week before, they stuck with it and allowed Derrick Henry to take them to the finish line. We've seen games with Lamar back there where Derrick Henry has led them to victory as well. Or even you could go back Gus Edwards or J.K. Dobbins or Mark Ingram, like during the Lamar era. That's happened. I think right now, this year, though, Lamar isn't able to be as big of a part as the running game as he usually is. So maybe they do go to the pass game a little more than they used to, or maybe more than they should. I just think they're all trying to manage this version of Lamar who's banged up, who's not able to really, be as big of a part of the run game as he was before. I just, it's different to use this type of Lamar. When have we ever seen a Lamar that's not the best mobile quarterback in the league? I think they're learning on the fly how to deal with it. And Lamar's learning how to play kind of banged up without his ultimate superpower right now.
Without a doubt. You could tell for a while they were trying to, it seemed like they were trying to get Lamar's old self out, but it was clear that
it's not there.
It's not there.
Not right now.
Yeah, it's not going to change. Now, the one thing, of course, I don't like not having Lamar in Green Bay. The only thought for me was if they could somehow pull this win off, you give him another week off of his legs, and he did just play against New England, but it's another week of rest.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that helps a little bit more, because coming into that New England game, he was telling everybody, like, I feel as good as I've ever felt. The thing is, as good as Lamar's felt in a while, is still not last year's Lamar. It's just not. It's not what it is. But hopefully that week off in Green Bay, the hype with this game, it can get him in a little bit better of a spot.
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Coming up next, we'll continue to take your calls. We'll also check in on the Orioles and see what they're doing as Andy Koska joins us at 2 o'clock from the Baltimore Banner to talk O's. But we'll get back to that next here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, if you're looking for a great spot for food, football, and fun, you'll find it at Mount Washington Tavern. From juicy burgers and loaded tater tots to fresh salads, classic bar favorites, and rotating food and drink specials, the menu has something for every craving. It's the perfect place to watch the game, meet friends, or just unwind. And if you're planning a celebration, a birthday, rehearsal dinner, work event, or group get-together, Mount Washington Tavern makes it easy with private party bookings. Find Mount Washington Tavern at 5700 Newberry Street in Baltimore. And mark your calendar for a very special night. Wednesday, January 7th from 5 to 8 p.m. Join us for the DJ Bob Woody Popick Memorial and Fundraiser, honoring the longtime Raven Stadium DJ and dear friend of the tavern while supporting the fight against pancreatic cancer. Come out, enjoy a great night, and support a great cause. Mount Washington Tavern. Great food, great people, and a great place to come together.
When someone treats you like family, you remember it. That's why so many clients send their loved ones to Rice Law. Because we don't just handle cases, we take them personally. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything. With trusted guidance and personal attention, so you can focus on what matters most. Your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies, right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I didn't know this song was in there. I was listening to this the other day in my car, and I'm like, I wonder if I sent this over for this to be played as a rejoin, but it seems like I did. I'm glad it did. This is my boy, Schoolboy Q. Thank God for me. Fresh Take back here on 105.7 The Fan. Cordell Woodland here with Ben Hall. Almost wrapping up the second hour. We got Andy Koska from the Baltimore Banner joining us at 2 o'clock to talk Orioles. They'll have a introductory press conference virtually over Zoom later today with right-hander Shane Baz that they acquired from the Tampa Bay Rays 2 weeks ago. Also, during that time, Zach Eflin returned to the Orioles on a one-year deal, $10 million. I'm fine with this, by the way. Perfectly fine. This falls right under the umbrella. They needed another rotation arm type of guy. Eflin's been here. He has shown glimpses of brilliance at times. And then, when he's not healthy, he didn't really look good really at all after a while. But I've always liked Eflin. I'm fine with that. I guess for me, I just wonder if this now means that, not that they're done going after rotation arms. I still see that they're in on Valdez, but I just wonder how in are they really on Valdez now? Valdez obviously would be a top end of the rotation guy, whereas Eflin is more on the back end. But you look at what they do have in their stable of rotation arms now, at least candidates. I just wondered if they would still be as aggressive to go out and get one of the premier arms that are still on the streets. What does this Eflin move do to your thoughts?
I have not changed. Eflin being brought in as a depth piece makes me feel great. If Eflin is brought in as the final pitching move and will try to hold serve, I don't like it. Eflin probably isn't going to be ready for opening day. I know he's saying that he wants to be, but I think the team is going to be smart with how they handle it. We've seen all the injuries of late, and a back injury is not something to play with in any way. If you can go out and add the Ranger Suarez or Framber Valdez or trade for a Mackenzie Gore or somebody like that, you're in a really good spot. I think it's got to be Suarez or Valdez, and they're going to be right in that race. To me, last year and the year before that and the year before that, this would be it. And I don't think they probably wouldn't have even added Boz. It would have been Eflin, and they would have been there. I think they've changed. And again, you could call me oblivious. I will be the first to tell you. Last year when they signed Charlie Morton, I was screaming into this mic, in 2 months, if Charlie Morton was the last addition, you could call me crazy. 2 months go by, he was the last addition. I was kicking myself. I was angry. I was like, why did I do this to myself again? I didn't want to do it, but Pete Alonso was not an Oriole signing. It just wasn't. They didn't do that. They haven't been that aggressive. Ryan Helsley, people keep trying to compare him to Craig Kimbrell. Stop it. That's not what this is. Craig Kimbrell was clearly on the back end of his career. Helsley's still pretty young. He went to New York. He was in Flushing and struggled. It happens. 2 years ago, he won the best reliever in baseball. This is not Kimbrell. If he doesn't work, it's tough. It is what it is. They weren't signing Diaz. Diaz didn't even really want to go to the Mets. He didn't offer them a chance to sign him after what the Dodgers did. Pete Alonso, Helsley, they're aggressive, adding Kittredge back. I am bought back in. Some of that just might be because we dealt with the Ravens struggles and you're looking to what's next.
It's always hope in December, now January.
It is. Absolutely. But I think they're going to have to add another starter. And the fact that their name is attached to everyone, it's not in the way that it used to be where it was like, their potential fit. Every single person we hear says the Orioles are in. They're talking. They're made offers. They're in on these guys. And Mike Elias, during the meet, again, certain people, you listen to some of the things they say you don't value as much. For a while, he would say it would be more of, maybe we could do that, possibly. When they asked him about a starting pitcher at the end of the year when you guys did, he was like, we want to add a front of the line starting pitcher. And if they do, Kyle Bradish is the number one to me. I don't care. I will always be higher on Kyle Bradish the most. If Rodgers can replicate, he ain't replicating it. If Rodgers can continue to go in the right direction and pitch well, because listen, as much as I want to see last year again, that's probably not. That's unusual dominance. And he's a great pitcher. The trade looks fine for both sides now. It's good to feel. But if he can pitch pretty well, Eflin comes back in May, you have to add another number one. And then, because right now, if they do that, they're telling me their goal is to win a World Series. If they add another number one starter with this lineup, I would like to see a different center fielder, not as high on Cowser as most. I would definitely like to see someone else in center field. You could probably get by with him in the 8 or 9 hole. But with that being said, another number one starter, they're a World Series contender. They just have to be.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree that this does feel different. This offseason does feel different. You made the point of Alonso not being a typical Orioles move. It's not. It does feel like they're a little more desperate this time around to change this roster, to really improve this roster this go around. It doesn't, I mean, the owner, every chance he gets, he mentions they've got it. You know, they've got the funds to get whoever they want to get. And it does seem like they're in on a lot of these guys. I want to believe that they'll come down, because to this point in the offseason, it's been a home run so far. I mean, they are, and that's me saying, when I say that, that's me assuming that they're not done. That's me assuming that they'll continue down the road that they're going and complete this offseason the way that they should by adding a top end of the rotation guy. And I wouldn't even be upset. Like you said, the center field is still a hole for me right now. I wouldn't hate one more arm for the bullpen either, but I know that could possibly be found in spring training for all we know. Yeah. I would like to see them put their money where their mouth is and really aggressively finish off this offseason. I just don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. It seems like they want to, but are they really willing to pay $100,000 more than, somebody else for Valdez, or $1 million more? Like, are you willing to go that extra mile just to get it done, to get this guy in your clubhouse? That's my thing. I guess that's my question right now. How much are they really willing to fight for? We'll see. But yeah, I have no, for face value, where they are right now, assuming that they're not done, I don't mind Eflin coming back at all. It's a known commodity. It's a guy that's liked in the clubhouse. He has been one of those guys to kind of take on a little bit of that leadership role too. So yeah, I still think that's a good fit for them. Let's grab a call before we go to break. Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Happy New Year's, guys.
Happy New Year's.
How's everything? Happy Healthy New Year's to your families.
Same to you.
I like the running game. I know we're going to draft running back next year. Henry's getting a little, but I like to see more of Mitchell. Running, also catching passes. And so far, it's been good with the college football. I'm glad all the big shots got taken out. I'm not an Indiana fan, but I was a Mendoza fan when he came from Cal. Cal made a mistake and let him go, but they have a good one right now. His name is Jaron Pulitelli.
Yeah.
I know it's great now. I want that to be my grandson. He's a week old now. I was shooting for the first name for that, but I guess if it's hard for the teachers, it doesn't make any sense. But Mitchell more in the game, and you mentioned about that Georgia wide receiver. Came from USC, Branch.
Branch.
Yeah. He has a second-round pick. He has a Raven written all over him. What do you think? Him and Flowers, kind of, they're a little short, those two guys, but they're fast. That'd be some combo. Anyway, thanks for taking my call and enjoy the game.
Yeah, appreciate the call, man. I think, Keaton Mitchell of it all. Keaton's obviously a part of the game plan these days. I like how they use him, and he's been really good considering teams know the type of plays that they have for him, and he's just so fast and quick that they haven't really been able to stop him. And I think he's got deceptive strength too. Like Keaton can break a tackle. Yeah. I don't really have a percentage of how much I want him in. Just let him get the right amount of plays and make sure Henry gets his plays for sure. But Keaton, Keaton's definitely been a big part of the run game, and it's not lost on me that the run game kind of revived itself once Keaton was a part of it. Not that his numbers were through the roof, but I think in a way Keaton's involvement helped Henry be a little more efficient with his opportunities too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they could get creative. Get both of those guys on the field.
Yeah.
Listen, as we mentioned earlier, we mentioned it throughout the show, it's got to be all hands on deck. Todd Monken's got to go deep into his bag. I mean, he has a bag. There was, remember Greg Roman talking about his bag? I don't know about all that in Baltimore, but Todd Monken definitely can get creative. We've seen it throughout his time in Baltimore. We saw it at Georgia. I'm pretty excited to see what they do. As you said, I don't know a percentage. Derrick Henry, of course, needs to be on the field in the biggest downs, but throughout the game, filter Keaton Mitchell out there. Keep Pittsburgh offset a little bit. It's not the heavy back, but it's a guy that runs a little bit faster and it's a little bit tougher to tackle. And we know that they struggle against speed backs, the guys who can cut a little bit more, like we saw with James Cook when Buffalo dominated Pittsburgh there. So hopefully we do see a little bit of both and they just get kind of creative.
Coming up next on the program, we'll be joined by Andy Koska. He covers the Orioles for the Baltimore Banner. We'll get his thoughts on the Orioles offseason to this point. We'll see what he's looking forward to asking Shane Boz about later on and much more next here on The Fan.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
When winter weather hits hard, you need a heating company you can count on. That's why more of your neighbors go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With reliable delivery in any weather and live 24/7 service, count on your local HVAC pros at Petro to stay warm and save all winter. Go to petro.com now to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221 today.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to join us this Sunday, January 4th for Purple Party number 4. This one you do not want to miss. We've got 105.7 The Fan kicking off their live pregame show broadcast starting at 5 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Have you seen our new amazing concert hall and its upgrades? Well, you probably should. We'll have food and drink specials all night long, so make your reservations now and watch the big game on our massive 12-foot screen and other remote TVs. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for all the details.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Hey there, Jason Lockenfora here for the ultimate outdoor kitchen. Please hit up my friends at Town Appliance in Owings Mills. They've got grills, pizza ovens, fridges, all the top brands. Visit townappliance.com. That's townappliance.com. They've got you covered.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos, 2 hours down. We got one more to go. We're going to kick it off with a bang. Got my guy, Andy Koska, who covers the Baltimore Orioles for the Baltimore Banner, joining us now. Andy, what's going on? Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year. Thanks for having me.
For sure, man. Appreciate you making some time today. And speaking of today, I know Shane Baz has his Zoom presser later on this afternoon. He was acquired 2 weeks ago. We saw the Orioles trade away a couple of their prospects, some that they haven't even really gotten to get a look at yet to this point. How do you feel like, and when we saw Zach Eflin added, we talked about that in the last segment as well. We knew pitching was a premium, need for them going into this offseason. How do you feel like they have addressed it? And do you still feel like they need more?
Yeah, it's an interesting internal debate I keep having because I do feel like adding Shane Baz, and you feel like if he doesn't pitch 15 starts in a spring training / minor league stadium in Tampa, he's going to have pretty good numbers. I mean, his home road splits last year were insanely different, much better on the road when he was not in Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. He had the highest velocity he's had, in his career. Is 2 years out of Tommy John, so he seems to be back to full strength. And so I definitely like the pickup a lot. Prospect capital, the cost was a lot, but this is why, as a farm system, you build a talent-rich farm system to trade guys. I mean, it's not all guys are going to pan out. They hardly ever do. So you turn them into a proven commodity at starting pitcher. Mid-rotation guy, maybe a 4, or 3 or 4 probably in the rotation. Zach Eflin obviously is you know what you're getting if he can stay healthy, is a fairly reliable pitcher. Last year was a difficult season for him, but back from back surgery, he thinks he is going to be healthy. So those are good additions. So back to your question, my rambling way back to your question, they've elevated the floor of this rotation, but there's still, if you don't add another piece, and by another piece I really mean a Ranger Suarez or Framber Valdez, even a Merrill Kelly. If you don't add one of those guys, you are really hoping that the Trevor Rogers Baltimore saw in 2025 is the Trevor Rogers is going to be moving forward. You're hoping that Kyle Bradish continues to, prove that he's healthy after his own elbow surgery. So those are two, pretty big ifs. I mean, there's ifs up and down, this starting staff. And if we're being honest, every pitching staff in Major League Baseball is surrounded by ifs, if they stay healthy, if they can perform. So it's hard to know right now. Of course, I would feel more strongly, feel more bullish about the ability for this rotation to be a strength if they added somebody, named Ranger Suarez or Framber Valdez. But if that does not happen, and this is the rotation they have going into spring training, the floor seems to be raised a little bit. And if the lineup performs much better than it did last year, which, if we're being honest, it was not as much on the pitching staff last year. I mean, it obviously was. It was an all-around, amalgam of issues. But the lineup underperformed majorly last season. So if the lineup looks better in 26, potentially they can weather, some storms if the back end of the rotation isn't as solid as the front half. So we will see. Baltimore remains in the mix for Valdez and Suarez and others. But it's going to be it's going to be a competitive battle going down for those two pitchers in particular.
Yeah, and you mentioned the ifs. It's felt like for a while they've kind of remained on hope and if, and a lot of these younger guys turning into what they need to be, and everything was going to have to go right for them to have success and make a run in the playoffs. But this offseason, the approach has felt different. Like, it's not more if or hope with Pete Alonso. It's they are signing Pete Alonso because we know what you're going to get out of him. And there wasn't a low-risk trade. I mean, trading a lot for Shane Baz, guys you just drafted, for a guy that we know the injury history, and there is a ton of upside with Shane Baz. I'm a huge fan of that move, but that is a little bit out of their cards. Do you feel like the moves that we've seen so far from them point to, and it's hard to predict when you have just, the market's still fine, but Suarez, of course, all the other teams we talked about, the Cubs, Hoyer needs to kind of figure things out there. There's a lot of teams involved with these two guys. Do you feel like them kind of moving away from the hope and if tells you they're going to be aggressive? Because we heard Mike talk right after the season. It was the first time in a while that we felt like he's not guaranteed it, but told you straight up that adding a front of the line starting pitcher is important. And as you mentioned, I am right there with you. I think Baz could be. But do you think that the way that they've handled the offseason so far is telling you they are going to right their wrongs, and adding a true number one outside of what they've already done is important to them?
Yeah, I do think it is important to them. I mean, everything they've done this offseason is a departure from the way it has been done in 7 previous off seasons, or whatever it is, 6 previous off seasons under Mike Elias. This is a generally speaking, risk averse front office. Baseball tends to skew that way, but the moves they've made so far, they are willing to take a gamble. As you said, Shane Baz, high upside, but there has been injuries in the past. Pete Alonso, you hand out a long-term contract to a player, and there's never, there's not necessarily a guarantee that long-term contract is going to be in year 4 and year 5 going to be good value for the money. In fact, almost always those long-term contracts, they aren't good value for the money at the end of the contract because the player, is not as good as they had been. But you're paying to get them in the prime years, and so you have to pay. You have to be risk-taking and pay big money for a guy like Pete Alonso, and especially when we're talking about the rotation. They seem willing to do that. They seem willing to take those risks, which has to be exciting for a fan base to see. But if we're just looking at it from a purely, impartial look, it is an interesting shift away from what we have seen the past couple off seasons, where there was definitely there have been offers. They offered high average annual value and multiple years to Corbin Burns, but it seems like they're actually getting those deals done this time. Again, only Pete Alonso technically at this stage, but they remain in the mix on other guys, and they've swung some deals. I mean, the willingness to trade. I think the most emblematic trade, honestly, that shows that this is a front office that's willing to be more aggressive is, trading away Grayson Rodriguez for technically one season of Taylor Ward. Who knows about, if there's an extension or anything on the horizon, but that is a win now trade. That is a trade you're looking at Taylor Ward and saying, okay, he's going to play left field for us, and he's going to be a power presence from the right side of the plate and help us against left-handed pitcher. And that's exactly what they went out and did, but they traded away a bunch of years of control from Grayson Rodriguez, which is not something I ever expected Baltimore to really do. But it shows, yes, as you said, a shift in philosophy, and we'll see how extreme that goes if they can get one of these top-line guys across the finish line. Having a couple long-term, big money contracts is different than having one. So, but David Rubenstein, the principal owner, has said many times that there is not necessarily a financial constraint on this ownership group. So I suppose we take him at his word and see if it gets done.
Andy, we're up against the clock, so I'm gonna finish this off with a kind of a little game, right? I'm gonna rattle off a couple of names. And you just tell me what your gut tells you whether or not you think these guys are here for opening day. This is just your gut. All right, I got about 3 or 4 names. Let's start. Okay. Let's Ryan Mountcastle.
Yeah, I think he's here.
Kobe Mayo.
I think he's in AAA.
Adley Rutschman.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah.
Colton Cowser.
Yeah, I do think Cowser is opening day center field, to be honest.
So those were the names I was expecting to hear. A no on one of them. So we're running it back. We're running it back.
I will. How much time do I have?
I mean, you got as much time as you need right now. What you got?
I just considering from a perspective of what it would take to trade one of these guys. Kobe could be a great player, right? Kobe Mayo could develop into that. At this point, though, he's not. If Baltimore is going to trade for another starting pitcher, Kobe Mayo probably is not the headliner of that deal, just because of what he has done at the major league level. At this point, isn't as eye-popping as probably Baltimore would have hoped, and definitely what he would have hoped. Doesn't mean that his future is not bright. The fact that he still has minor league options really means it would be a difficult pill to swallow for Kobe Mayo. I mean, deservedly so. It's not something that you want to wish on a guy, but roster flexibility is something that Mike Elias truly believes in, and this front office, you need roster flexibility. What happens if one of these guys gets injured at first base, at third base, even In right field, you could throw him out there in a real pinch. Probably, I don't know how it would look, but you could technically do it. Having a young player with minor league options available is a bonus. So that's why I feel like if he is not the headliner of a trade at this exact moment, maybe he has a phenomenal first month of the season and, things change. I do think there's a possibility that Baltimore, if he's not on the opening day roster, is starting in AAA because you kind of want a guy like that in the organization. Ryan Mountcastle, I mean, you technically need. He's a good defensive first baseman, right? You need a right-handed bat on a bench, most likely. He could fit that. I mean, would it be expensive? Right? It probably would be. But again, I mean, if money is not an option, if you're willing to spend on a guy in his final year of arbitration to be a right-handed bench bat and backup first baseman, Ryan Mountcastle is well liked in that clubhouse. You could do a lot worse than that. Adley Rutschman, he's still seen as a franchise centerpiece. We'll see what the next couple years bring before he hits free agency. But I firmly believe he will, be the opening day catcher with Basayo probably as DH. And then the last one, Colton Cowser, again, young, controllable outfielder. I don't see who they would bring in to play center field if it's not Colton Cowser. There's not that many options out there. So there's my reason.
Andy, good stuff, man. Really appreciate your time today and your flexibility. Hope you have a great new year. How can people follow you, though, and keep up with your work?
Yeah, Twitter and Blue Sky and Instagram. I'm not really ever on Instagram, but all at AF Kuska, KOSTKA, and thebaltimorebanner.com.
Andy, appreciate it, man. Happy New Year, and we'll talk again down the line.
Thanks so much, Andy.
Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Coming up next on the program, 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We talked about the Ravens' offensive game plan earlier against Pittsburgh. Let's look at the defensive game plan. How do they limit this limited offense in Pittsburgh? That's next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
Listen up. If you want a holiday win this year, head to Lion's Den. This place has the gear to keep the home team happy all season long. Score the perfect gift to make this Christmas one to remember. The Lion's Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Your kids probably have a gift list during the holidays that goes on for miles, and I'm sure you're expecting to spend a lot more money than you want to. If you haven't already, your list for the home repairs you need might be just as long and way more expensive. We've all blown off making those repairs, but if you're thinking of selling your home, they're important. If you want to sell your home for the most money possible, you don't need to just spend that much money, though. You need to call my buddy Lee Tessier with eXp Realty. Lee's going to look at your list of repairs that need to be made and make more recommendations to add to the list. And then he'll pay for the upfront cost to make all of them. His Rehab Refresh program will take care of it. Lee wants you to help sell your home for the most money possible. So call the only agent I call for how to sell my home. And that man's my good friend Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take back here with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on 105.7 The Fan. We are on the Odyssey app. We are live on YouTube as well, so you can hear and see us at the same time. Earlier in the show, we went over the offensive game plan for the Ravens, what they need to do offensively to beat the Steelers. Defensively, Ben, what do you think are some of the keys on that side of the ball for the Ravens to have success Sunday night?
They played a pretty good amount of man the last time they played them. The difference was DK Metcalf on the field. Cleveland put it on a platter, and now Cleveland also has 95.
All right.
Like, that's completely different. But they played heavy man, and it showed Pittsburgh had nothing to beat you with it. Now, the scare, Freiermuth. And it was funny, my first question to Ray was going to be about Freiermuth, and he got right into it. He's like, Freiermuth's got to watch out for this week. I think Freiermuth is going to eat. I don't know that Roquan is going to be able to keep up with him. And Rodgers and the Rogers-Freiermuth connection hasn't been there the way I expected it to coming into the year. But now that there's no Darnell Washington, there's no DK Metcalf, I think it's going to be a healthy dose of Freiermuth. The difference that they, allow Rodgers to beat you over the top once or twice. Can MVS catch one down the field? Maybe. But this isn't going to be Cleveland where one touchdown wins the game. I find that hard to believe. I think the Ravens offense will do enough in this spot. But bring some pressure on Rodgers. When he has the checkdowns, tackle. A lot of teams around the NFL I'm watching, and it feels like teams play the Ravens. Snoop Huntley's playing quarterback. You know he's not stretching the ball down the field. It's 3rd and 18. They allow the dump down to Rasheen Ali, and Packers just kind of covered up after 7 yards. 3rd and 18, 4th and 11, Ravens are clearly going to punt. The Ravens' approach to me, for whatever reason, on 2nd and 10, 2nd and 15, whatever, take 10 if you want it. We'll try to tackle you there. If you get a little closer, it's fine. And it's 3rd and very short. It's like every single game it's that way. Stop giving so much up. On 3rd down, I'm fine with it. 3rd down, if you allow a little bit in front of you, that's fine. But they need to approach these down. And I get when DK's out there, you got to be a little careful, and he can beat you over the top. The Steelers don't have a passing game down the field without DK. They just don't. Could MVS or Scotty Miller or even Calvin Austin, if he plays, catch 1 or 2? Yes, but don't let that change the game. They did it the last time. They were scared and still ended up getting beat down the field. They need to play aggressive, and they can't just give stuff out. To Aaron Rodgers, who, whatever he is at this point in his career, he's going to take what's given to him.
I would say right off the bat, you got to stop the run. They're going to try to get Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell going, especially Jaylen Warren in the run game. Don't even crack that door. The Ravens have been pretty good against the run this year. That is something that you got to do first. Handcuff them, force them, because to Pittsburgh's credit, they do try to stay as balanced as possible. Yeah. But let them know early that they only have one option offensively. And even that option shouldn't be a good one. But you're forcing them to do what you want, which is become one-dimensional and have to throw the ball all game, considering they don't really have a plethora of pass catchers out there right now. Secondly, I feel like every week we say get pressure and they just don't do it.
Right.
But hit this dude. He ain't going nowhere. He's not going nowhere. And The passes are coming out quick. You got to tackle in the open field. Kenneth Gainwell got voted team MVP today by the media. I mean, he's been really good for them. My fantasy team knows. But Kenneth Gainwell ain't good enough to win this game on his back. MVS will get some shots down the field. He'll take some shots to Adam Thielen, especially on third down when it's third and manageable. He's going to look for some of these sure-handed vets. MVS isn't sure-handed. He's dropped passes in the past. He's dropping them in Pittsburgh at times. Thielen, isn't the fastest guy. Like, these are guys you can definitely man up against. The whole letting them get some of these vertical plays, even if Calvin Austin plays, and that is kind of his game, before he got hurt again, him and Ben weren't on the same page. They weren't on the same page. That's partially why they went out and got some of these veterans, because Ben was tired of throwing to all these young guys that weren't out. Rodgers, he was tired of throwing to all these young guys, Ben. So they went out and got these dudes. Calvin Austin coming back should not change the dynamic of this game. It really shouldn't. Now, Freiermuth, he has had his moments. And when he's been at his best this season, it's specifically been in the red zone. Yeah. That's really where he's eaten. So you got to kind of cut that off. Don't allow them to kind of crawl their way up the field either, because the splash play shouldn't be there for them. They know that as well. But this is an offense that doesn't have much life. I get that the Ravens defense isn't Cleveland's defense, but the North knows each other. And you should be able to play man against these dudes and not consistently lose down the field, not consistently lose outside the numbers. But they will at times. Yeah. They will. It's just, it. Yeah. You know it. Yeah. They will. Somebody's going to get them. I don't even know who that's going to be, but somebody is going to get them. And for the life of me, it's going to drive everybody crazy, because you're watching an offense that barely has any life, yet here they are able to put together real drives and actually score. But that's going to be the big thing. Tackling, I think, is huge. Yeah. I mean, that's probably the number one key. You can't allow Gainwell to get yards after they catch Jaylen Warren either. It's going to be a lot of check downs. It's going to be a lot of underneath stuff. Be there. Be right there to jump on these dudes as soon as they catch the ball, because yards after catch, that'll kill you in a game like this. It absolutely will.
And communication's got to be there.
Yeah.
The Jaylen Warren touchdown last time, nobody's with him. Mm-hmm. It's an easy dump off, and he runs for 35 plus yards. And that ultimately was enough for them to win the game. Also, I get wanting disguises, but where you're deep, let Mike Green rush the passer. Let some of these guys rush. Kyle Van Noy can drop a little bit. That's fine. The young guy, let him try to get to the quarterback. Let him tee off. And again, I understand you want to bring pressure from somewhere else and show different looks. I get that. But this isn't the spot for your rookie who's developing as a pass rusher to be out there in coverage trying to figure out where he is, especially on important downs, because that's where we've seen it. So please they got to approach it the right way. And it's both players and coaches. As I said, there was a lot of miscommunication on that Warren receiving touchdown, but there will be a lot of dump offs. And the point about tackling, the point about allowing stuff in front of you on third and long, but on second and long, come up and make the play early. They're going to need Roquan to be at his best too. I mean, this is what you got extended for when they did Roquan. They traded a lot for you. They need you in a big spot here. Pittsburgh hasn't been great for him. I mean, he hasn't played amazing against Pittsburgh. Hopefully he comes to play Sunday night.
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We'll get back to taking your calls next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off all pants for the family. Yep, 50% off all pants for the fam. Hurry in this Saturday and Sunday to save big, only at Old Navy. Valid 1, 3, and 4. Excludes clearance, maternity, active, jeans, sweatpants, knit leggings, and sleep.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 135 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com.
Brought to you by Barrel House Live. Visit them on Facebook for all their events.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We're taking your calls now. We got Mike Popovic taking over for us at 3:00, and he'll take you into Maryland basketball as Maryland hosts Oregon later on tonight. Tip-off at 7:30. Of course, you can hear that game right here on the Fan. But let's get back to the phone lines. Let's go to Perry Hall and get George. George, you're on the Fan.
Hey, Scott. Hey, Cordell. Hey, Ben. How you doing? Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, question for you. A couple quick points. So, my thing is the Pittsburgh game coming up on Sunday. Do you see Pittsburgh stacking the line with 8 people and making Lamar forcing them to throw down range to beat them that way? And the second thing is the defense. If you had to say you had a crystal ball for next year, do you see the secondary coach going and doing a lot of changes? I mean, I don't know what's going on with Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey, especially in the Green Bay game. I mean, guys, they just look so pathetic. I don't know what's going to happen. So I just wanted to get your take on that.
Yeah, appreciate the call. I think without a doubt, Pittsburgh is going to load the box to try to take Derrick Henry away. I mean, and Lamar, I mean, in general, the run game, they know that if the Ravens are going to be able to run the ball for 250-plus yards on them, it's going to be a long day. So they're going to try to take that away as much as they can. The read option stuff, we'll see how they decide to play that. Usually it seems like they just crash down hard on Derrick Henry in hopes almost that Lamar keeps it, but they want to force him to keep it and then hope that, the hits will start to build up on Lamar, and that's how you kind of take him out of the equation. But I do think they're going to load the box. I do think they're going to show their hand that they want to stop the run, and it'll be up to the Ravens to still run against it and try to make it successful, but B, also use the play action game and find ways to exploit their aggressiveness against the run.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think we will absolutely see them, and they do it. Every majority of the times when they play the Ravens, they've done it. Lamar was able to burn them twice last year, playoff game and the final home game. It does concern me a little bit with this being in Pittsburgh. We know that crowd's going to be locked in. I don't think you'll hear them booing Renegade Sunday night, and it should be a pretty tight game at that point. I don't expect the Ravens to run away with this game. I don't expect Pittsburgh to. We're going to need Lamar to hit on a few big throws, I think, in this game. That'll be the difference. Derrick Henry's going to get his touches. Key Mitchell will get some touches. If Lamar's 100% a go, he will run the football a few times, but I think he's going to have to make some big throws, and ultimately I think he will.
And he brought up the secondary coach. That's Chuck Pagano right now. And look, let's not forget, they moved on from Chris Hewitt after last year. So they did make a change in that department. And Chuck Pagano, he's a guy that, as the year went on, people wanted Chuck Pagano to get more say on the defense. So I'm not exactly sure where they, whether the secondary was good or not. I don't know if Chuck Pagano was planning to coach next year anyway. Yeah. So that situation may take care of itself. Let's go to Rob in Churchville. Rob, you're on the Fan.
Hey guys, Happy New Year to both of you guys.
Happy New Year.
Hey, we continue to keep hearing about the defense and the defensive breakdowns and miscommunications, and how do you get through? We're in year number 2 of the same thing that we saw last year, and how do we get through week 17 and we're still having communication breakdowns on defense? They played such a great game against Green Bay, but the first time Green Bay touches the ball in 2 plays, they're in the end zone. Can't we put a better defense out there than that?
Yeah, appreciate the call, Rob. No, they can't. I think if they could, they would. They've got, and the crazy thing is, they've got talent, and they've lost talent. Matabike not being there is a huge loss, but Travis Jones has played really well. And also, kind of news that just came out during the break, the Ravens reached an extension with defensive tackle John Jenkins. So, I think that's kind of a signal of how this Nnamdi Matabike situation is panning out. We've now seen 2 interior defensive linemen get extensions this year. But also, they just haven't played that well. Calvin Noy has been a shell of himself, and it was due. Father Time catches everybody, and I think He has been defeating Father Time the last couple of years. He's had good seasons with the Ravens. This hasn't been one of them. Their pass rush is non-exempt. That's not something you can fix in Week 18. They tried to scheme up pressure. They've tried to do it all, I would imagine, to this point, and it just hasn't worked. They've got talent in the secondary. Their secondary shouldn't be as bad as it is, but that's football. When you don't have a pass rush, it's a chain. It goes hand in hand with the secondary, and it exposes them on the back end because they can't get to the quarterback on the front end. I mean, I really think that's what it is. I don't think they have bad players in their secondary. It's the NFL, and you can't cover all day.
Yeah, 1,000%.
And they're getting beat. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're getting beat too, but, the pass rush plays a part into that, or the lack thereof.
I do fully agree with him about the communication. Like,
for sure.
Why earlier in the year last year, they were hammering that to you. We were struggling with communication. Kyle Hamilton moves back. Ardarius is on the field more. It seemed like the communication issues died down. Now, Kyle Hamilton is not as effective playing deep safety. They want to move him up, so they go with what they've gone with. And it does seem like communication issues are there. Safeties are late getting there. Guys don't know their assignment. I mean, we see Roquan and Kyle Hamilton yelling at each other on the field after Green Bay's first touchdown when they go right down the seam. And clearly there was miscommunication. It's been a regular issue for the Ravens. It's felt like, and we're not in these rooms, but it's felt like guys have been confused with Zach Orr called defenses for since he started. Yep. And now still in Week 18 in year 2. It's been an issue.
Nah, without a doubt. I mean, and the crazy thing is this. When Mike McDonald left and Zach Orr took over, one of the things I remember asking that offseason in training camp of year 1 under Zach Orr was like, in terms of the terminology, how much of that has changed? How much are you keeping? And almost everybody said they didn't change much. So it is weird to me that, and the Ravens defensive scheme is like, this isn't a Zach Orr driven scheme. Right. This is an organizational scheme that they have built on over years after years. So when Mike McDonald left, it's essentially he's handing the playbook to Zach Orr to just do that. I think he has his own nuances. Don't get me wrong. He's putting his fingerprint on it. But in terms of the communication, it is mind-blowing to me that it's been this big of an issue throughout the 2 years of Zach Orr's. I think that's the biggest detriment to Zach Orr as a defensive coordinator, is that for as much as they say that not much has changed, maybe the thing that has changed is how it's presented to them, how it's coached to them, how it's, stamped into their minds. Whatever that is, it's not getting across to them accurately.
And that's shocking because he played
linebacker
in Baltimore at linebacker at one of the most important communication positions.
Crazy.
As you say, it's hard to believe. And that was another big thing. A lot of players were like, well, he was a player that helps, relating to him, talking to him. Again, you make the point, like Wink was a little different with his blitzes, but as you mentioned, under John Harbaugh, John Harbaugh is a defensive-minded guy. He was a defensive. I know everybody always talks about the special teams, but he was a defensive backs coach. So they've kept it similar for a lot of guys. Mike travels to Seattle. That defense tuned up, looks great. We're in Baltimore. It's a similar defense, and here we are.
Coming up next on the program, we'll get you our final takes and wrap things up for Mike Popovic. That's next here on The Fan.
Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Corey from Barrel House Live, inviting you to join us this Sunday, January 4th for Purple Party number 4. This one you do not want to miss. We've got 105.7 The Fan kicking off their live pregame show broadcast starting at 5 p.m. right here at Barrel House Live. Have you seen our new amazing concert hall and its upgrades? Well, you probably should. We'll have food and drink specials all night long, so make your reservations now and watch the big game on our massive 12-foot screen and other remote TVs. Visit Barrel House Live on Facebook for all the details.
Clouds and mid-30s today and again on Saturday.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hey, it's Brian Balding here. Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. Makita tools at the Home Depot are built with precision. Without shortcuts, Makita delivers results that reward hard work. Year after year, designed for the toughest jobs. It's a choice for pros who invest in performance, not just tools. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We mentioned in the last segment that the Ravens reached an extension with nose tackle John Jenkins. Ian Rappaport is reporting that it's a one-year extension up to $2.1 million, for $2.1 million for Jenkins, who apparently wanted to stay in Baltimore. So Ravens get the extension done with him. It is our final takes time. And Ben, what you got?
So Texas Tech loses to Oregon yesterday, and it was an ugly showing. Quarterback did not play well at all. He struggled. He was awful, and there's no other way to really talk about that. Baron Morton didn't play well. At the end of the game, there's a video of him, got his helmet on, he's crying. You could see the tears in his eyes. He's upset. Twitter takes it and runs with it. Oh, and he played bad. You could critique the game, but the dude just lost a quarterfinal game for the college football playoff. And it feels like, I don't like doing it much where you talk about, well, you never played sports, but certain reactions from some people, you can always tell when they've never played a competitive sport, when they've never lost something that's so meaningful. Why are we joking this guy for crying that he lost probably his final college football game? And he played bad. He struggled. Now all we're going to be talking about is a video of him crying on the sideline right after they lost. And they got beat bad. That's what we're making fun of people for being upset they lost. Would you rather have him on the sideline smiling ear to ear?
Right.
No, actually what you do is you would take that picture and say, oh, he didn't care that he lost. Social media is awful. It is just a terrible place. But right after the game, I'm on Twitter and I immediately see that. And I'm like, and I see multiple people posting it, joking with it, laughing. I'm like, do you guys have any competitive spirit?
No,
do you guys have any feel for normal life? What are we talking about here? So again, played awful. He was bad. we're going to take that, see him crying, and say, oh, man, what a terrible cry. No, he played bad football. Let's talk about how bad he played versus making fun of that and then him crying after losing his final college game. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same world. It's funny you talking about people lacking competitive spirit. I talked about it a couple weeks ago for my final take. People feeling like quarterbacks should not come back and play because the season's over. And it's like, in what world is that what they should do? That's not the norm. This is their livelihood. This is their job. None of these guys can afford to just not play when they're healthy. But sticking kind of to that, the whole, and Lamar's the one that this is happening to recently, but this is something that has kind of perturbed me for a while. Ronnie Stanley dealt with it as well. The whole thing of people getting on guys when they get hurt and trying to dictate when they should play or how hurt they really are. The amount of people that I saw saying and making videos and making content and talking about it on their shows and stuff about, Lamar getting hurt in the Patriots game and not coming back or not playing in the Green Bay game. And, he didn't come back because of a back bruise?
Are you kidding me?
Like, that on top of all the other things that he's been dealing with on the lower body. But to say that indicates to me you haven't played any type of sport. I'm not going to say act like I played in the NFL. I haven't, but I have a respect for the guys that do. And I have played sports growing up. Football was my main sport. I understand what you can and can't do depending on certain injuries. Your lower back, dude, a bruise on that, how is he going to move? What's he supposed to do? And people have gotten so comfortable in this day and age saying whatever they want. And it's freedom of speech. It's your right. But people like to say things without consequences. And I think social media has really just fed the beast to make people feel confident to say certain things that they may not ever have to answer for. That's why I do kind of get a kick when some of these guys do respond. And then all of a sudden, here comes people like, oh, you're above that. Don't, come on. Nah. This whole notion of people feeling like they can say things and get away with it and not have a response. And I miss me with that. That's corny to me. But the thing of people trying to dictate how hurt these guys are, you have no idea. Even a guy that comes off the field healthy is banged up. You don't know. I've seen dudes in the locker room struggling to put their clothes on. I've seen dudes in the locker room that's got the bruise that ain't even listed on the injury report. They're just, they're going about it because they're still practicing every day. They're there for the games. It's a lot that goes on with these dudes that we just don't know anything about, man. Be careful when you start trying to dictate what people can do through their injuries.
Yeah, and just on that, first off, fully agree with you. Couldn't agree more. It's quite frustrating. But and this is no knock to people who wear copper fits. You wear copper fit. But you have somebody who's wearing copper fit when they go out to do anything. The same person sitting at home saying, man, Lamar needs to get out in that field and play, man. This is weak. Josh Allen will be out there. Josh Allen also weighs 40 more pounds. Right. It's a completely different player, whatever. Other quarterbacks leave and come back. They're tough. When Lamar does it, he was quitting on them for that time. It's so damn frustrating. I can't stand it.
I'm at the stage in my life where I might catch a back spasm just by standing there.
I'm not there
You know
yet.
what I'm saying?
I feel you, but I'm not there
It's
yet.
happening. It's happening. Actively. I'll be in the middle of a conversation and I might just get a high pitch in my voice out of nowhere, dog. It just happens. So, yeah, I got a whole new respect for these dudes that go out there and play through any type of injury for sure. That'll do it for us. Another great one in the books. Appreciate Mike Pope on the board today. Great job. Appreciate our guests, Ray Fittipaldo and Andy Koska, for making some time for us. Appreciate everybody that called in today. We always love talking to you guys. Appreciate you, the listener and the viewer. You could have been listening to anybody in the world, but you were listening to us. We really appreciate that. Don't touch that dial. Mike Popovic, he's up next. Until next time, we'll see you when we see you. Peace.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Raised with the handle.
And O's.
Colton Cowser, demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Officer? Can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your